The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 12, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Young Kim to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, our Creator, by your word the heavens were made, and the heavenly host was brought forth by the breath of your mouth. You gathered the waters of the sea as in a bottle. The depths of the ocean you have enveloped in your keeping. Let all of creation revere you, O Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of you. For when you spoke, it came to be. When you commanded, the earth stood firm. Remind us, then, that we are ever embraced by your sovereign power. It is by your word that the plans of nations are thwarted. You judge our intentions and confound our schemes. But your grace plan stands forever. Your merciful design and the purposes of your heart are everlasting. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. God bless America this day. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Please join with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the United States Election Assistance Commission, the EAC, and the local elections offices across the country who are this year's Cleary Award winners. The EAC was established in 2002 as part of the Help America Vote Act to assist states in HAVA compliance and distributing funds to the state. They also are responsible for creating voting system guidelines and assisting local elections offices across the country. Each year, the EAC administers a national award, the Clearinghouse Award, or Clearies, to recognize local offices that implement best practices and procedures to ensure their election administration is safe and secure. I commend their annual efforts in showcasing the successes of local and state jurisdictions and congratulate the hardworking staff from the 24 election offices across the nation who were recognized. I'd like to give special recognition to Florida's very own Hillsborough County Elections Office, which was named a winner for Distinguished Voter Education and Communication Initiatives. Congratulations to the 2024 Clearinghouse Award winners. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Massachusetts. Oh, Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and advise consent.
Without objection, the gentleman is now recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I recently visited a visionary school meals program in Auburn, Massachusetts, that is providing students with nutritious, scratch-cooked meals and teaching them how to grow food using hydroponics. Under the leadership of Superintendent Elizabeth Chamberlain, Principal Greg Desto, Food Services Director Breon Pulver, and with the support from the Auburn School Committee, Auburn Middle School is showing all of us how transformative school meal programs can be in nourishing minds and educating students. Utilizing a federal farm-to-school grant, AMS is prioritizing locally sourced foods. On May 8th, they celebrated the 508 Day, that's our area code in central Massachusetts, where they serve meals prepared entirely from locally grown and produced foods. And they have recently started a food recovery program to reduce waste. It's incredible. On my visit, I also learned that since Massachusetts adopted universal free school meals, even more kids are taking advantage of nutritious options at schools. The kids were happy and the food looked delicious. Let's expand this kind of programming to all schools in order to promote better nutrition and to end hunger now. I yield back my time.
Is the gentleman ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Is the gentleman ready?
Thank you. I'd like to take 1 minute and have my remarks amended and extended.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
I stand before you to urge Congress to address our misguided nuclear policy. For nearly 80 years, the threat of nuclear weapons has loomed large. As nations rearm and great power competition reemerges, we must remember the dangers of the past and avoid a new nuclear arms race. For decades, stockpiling nuclear weapons gave us the power to destroy civilization many, many times over, but did not provide greater security. After countless close calls, leaders wisely chose arms control, realizing that nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Sadly, we seem to have forgotten those lessons and have begun modernizing our arsenal, mistakenly believing that that will deliver security. Across the nuclear enterprise, costs soar while goals remain unclear. Congress must debate the cost-effectiveness of these modernization plans and stop the escalatory before it is too late. Too often, those with the most strident voices carry the day. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of civil rights activist Mrs. Myrna Carter Jackson of Birmingham, Alabama, who passed away on May 31st, 2024 at the age of 82. A community leader, community activist, civil rights and voting rights activist, teacher, and cosmetologist, Mrs. Jackson wore many hats, but the common thread was public service. Mrs. Jackson was jailed twice for her involvement in the civil rights movement in Birmingham. She served as the first vice president of the Metro Birmingham branch of the NAACP and eventually commissioner of the Housing Authority of the Birmingham District. Whether she was providing job training for the youth, supporting victims of Hurricane Katrina, or substitute teaching, Mrs. Myrna Jackson never, ever missed an opportunity to give back. Her life stands as a testament to the power of ordinary Americans to achieve extraordinary social change. I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the inspiring life and legacy of civil rights activist Mrs. Myrna Carter Jackson of Birmingham, Alabama. She will be sorely missed. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
As the Boston Celtics and Dallas Mavericks prepare to meet in Game 3 of the NBA Finals, I rise to celebrate Providence College graduate Doris Burke, a trailblazer who is making history as the first woman to call a championship broadcast in a major American men's sports league. Burke's love for basketball started at a young age and eventually brought her to Rhode Island, where she started as point guard for the Providence College Friars and led them in assists for 3 years. She was selected to the Big East All-Tournament team twice and graduated as PC's all-time assist leader. Later in life, she continued to pursue her passion by calling Providence women's basketball games. Not long after, she began calling games for ESPN, where she became recognized for her keen insights and encyclopedic knowledge of the game. Throughout her 34-year career, Doris has broken one barrier after another. First woman to call a Big East men's basketball game, to call a New York Knicks game, and first woman to call the conference finals and NBA finals on radio and television. It is an inspiration to see and hear Doris Burke as millions of Americans tune in to the NBA Finals. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise the remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, my heart is heavy. I'm brought back to this moment in history where in June 12th, 2016, 49 angels were murdered in cold blood on the dance floor and on the floor of Pulse nightclub in my city, in my district, and in my home of Orlando, Florida. I'm angry. I'm angry that we live in a world and that we live in a country where gun violence can drastically change or end your life. I'm angry that I serve in a chamber where seemingly most of the folks here don't want to do a single damn thing about it. And I'm angry that I've been fighting for this since I was 15, and we're still in this fight. And so I just want to express my condolences and send immense amounts of love to the families and to the survivors of the Pulse Night Massacre, and tell y'all that we will continue to honor the lives of those 49 angels with nothing but action, with nothing but sweat equity until we end gun violence in this country, because true justice isn't one person behind bars. It's when we can wake up with the confidence to say that this will never happen again. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today ahead of June 14th to celebrate the United States Army's 249th birthday. Every year, just a few days after Memorial Day, our country celebrates the Army's birthday. This marks the anniversary in 1775 when the Continental Congress authorized the enlistment of riflemen to serve the United Colonies for 1 year. The Army is the oldest and largest branch of the U.S. military and has played a vital role in the country's development since its establishment. Without the brave men who enlisted 249 years ago, we would not be the great nation that we are today. I would also say without the great men and women who enlist today in the United States Army, we would not continue to be a great nation. Madam Speaker, I'm a proud Army dad, and in Congress I continue to support legislation that bolsters our nation's defense and invests in our military members and their families. Happy birthday, Army. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1287 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 82, House Resolution 1287. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8070, to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section, and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-36, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule, and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 8070 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. B, each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C, all points of order against further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3, it shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 40 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4, at the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8070 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 5, if House Report 118-527 is called up by direction of the Committee on the Judiciary, A, all points of order against the report are waived, and the report shall be considered as read, and B, 1, an accompanying resolution offered by direction of the Committee on the Judiciary shall be considered as read and shall not be subject to a point of order, and 2, the previous question shall be considered as order on such resolution to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. Section 6, upon adoption of the resolution accompanying House Report 118-527, the resolution accompanying House Report 118-533 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1287, providing for consideration of 3 measures. H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025, to be considered under a structured rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally controlled by the Chair and Ranking Member of the Armed Services Committee, provides for 1 motion to recommit, and made 350 amendments in order. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of House Report 118-527 and the accompanying resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find United States Attorney General Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary. The rule also provides that upon adoption of the resolution accompanying House Report 118-527, the resolution accompanying House Report 118-533 is adopted. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to support the rule and the underlying piece of legislation, beginning with H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life and Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. Madam Speaker, under Chairman Rogers' leadership, as well as the leadership of Ranking Member Adam Smith, the bipartisan fiscal year 25 National Defense Authorization Act passed the Armed Services Committee by a vote of 57-1 and significantly improves the quality of life for our service members. It deters our adversaries, it supports our allies, and focuses our military readiness and our national security. According to several top national security officials, our country is facing serious threats to our democracy and freedom at levels that we haven't seen since World War II. It is imperative for our national security that our service members and their families are supported and that they can focus on their mission. Ahead of the NDAA, Chairman Rogers established a quality of life panel to evaluate the quality of life of our service members. The panel found that service members' quality of life concerns are a major cause of low morale and family stress, which are undermining recruitment, retention, and military readiness. The National Defense Authorization Act puts our service members and their families first and addresses many of the issues found in the Quality of Life panel. The legislation improves service members' quality of life by boosting compensation, improving housing, ensuring access to medical care, enhancing support for military spouses, and increasing access to child care. Through the tireless work of the House Armed Services Committee and Rules Committee staff, the NDAA advances important policies to support our warfighters at home and abroad and deter our adversaries. It is the NDAA's intent to ensure that our nation's military is organized, trained, and equipped to deter our adversaries. Communist China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and any other nations or terrorist groups must know that they will never succeed in a war with the United States of America. The NDAA restores American deterrence by restoring lethality, defending Israel, securing our southern border, and providing oversight and accountability. To deter our adversaries, we must continue to modernize our military. The National Defense Authorization Act boosts innovation, providing for the development and fielding of AI, quantum computing, and autonomous systems. The legislation also removes Communist China from our supply chain and prevents the Communist China spies from infiltrating our research institutions inside the United States of America. The NDAA bolsters Taiwan's defense and supports our Indo-Pacific allies as they work to deter our shared adversaries. This legislation also supports our ally Israel as they defend themselves from Hamas terrorists by expanding U.S.-Israel military exercises while also fully funding cooperative missile defense programs. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Armed Services Committee included language that saves our taxpayers over $30 billion by cutting inefficient programs, obsolete weapons, and Pentagon bureaucracy. We live in the greatest free nation on earth, and it's imperative that we support those who protect it. The fiscal year 25 National Defense Authorization Act is another step in that direction. Moving on to the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find United States Attorney General Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with subpoenas duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary and the Committee on Oversight and Accountability. Madam Speaker, at the beginning of February, Special Counsel Robert Hur released his report on President Biden's mishandling of classified documents that were discovered in his home and office in 2022. On February 27th, the Judiciary and Oversight Committees issued identical subpoenas compelling production of certain documents, including audio and video recordings of Special Counsel Hur's interviews with President Biden and his ghostwriter. These subpoenas were not complied with, Madam Speaker. The audio recordings were never produced. On May 16th, the morning of the markup of the contempt report in the Judiciary and Oversight Committee, President Biden exerted executive privilege over those recordings. Now, Madam Speaker, audio tapes are the best evidence that the transcripts provided to the committee accurately reflect the true content. Additionally, President Biden waived any potential assertion of executive privilege when he released the transcript, and he has not set forth any valid basis for invoking executive privilege. Madam Speaker, the following things are true. The subpoenas were legally authorized. The subpoenas were not complied with. It is extremely clear we wouldn't be here on the floor today discussing the matter if that was not the case. The American people deserve to know the truth. Even news outlets in this country, nearly a dozen in fact, have sued for the access to the recordings. Madam Speaker, Attorney General Garland has chosen not to comply with the subpoenas, and because of his choice, he must be found in contempt of Congress. Madam Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these important pieces of legislation and urge passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today's rule is a tale of two Congresses. On the one hand, we have the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, which is a bipartisan bill, the result of good faith negotiations between Republicans and Democrats on the House Armed Services Committee to support our service members and provide for our national defense. This NDAA accommodates the diverse interests of members of the House in ways that, while inevitably not satisfying everyone on every point, represent compromises that ensure the bill can become law. But attached to this rule are two nakedly partisan and groundless contempt resolutions based on manufactured allegations, conspiracy theories, and bad faith arguments designed solely to smear President Biden in the lead up to the 2024 election. In the first example, we see Congress at its best. In the second, we see Congress at its worst. First, the NDAA. The fiscal year 2025 NDAA is a solid, bipartisan package designed to support our service members and provide for our national defense. I applaud the work of my colleagues on the Armed Services Committee for their even-handed, bipartisan work to produce a bill that addresses priorities and concerns from all across the country. Like all negotiated bills, there are policies I agree with and disagree with, but that's how negotiation and compromise work. Of particular note is that this year's NDAA would implement long overdue reforms to improve military recruitment and retention, a growing concern as our armed services have struggled to meet recruiting targets over the past decade. The reforms in this bill are the result of an in-depth bipartisan study led by Representatives Don Bacon and Chrissy Houlihan into the factors impacting recruitment and retention. And it should be no surprise that the main concerns facing our service members are the same as those of many American families, wanting to earn enough to support a family and to afford good housing, childcare, and medical care. This NDAA increases pay and benefits for junior service members. It fixes dilapidated military housing. It increases military housing benefits. It fully funds child care assistance programs so that all eligible military families can receive the benefits, and it strengthens programs to support military spouses. It's a disgrace that we have service members living in poverty and service members and member families who go hungry, service members who aren't able to take care of their children and families. I'm glad that the Armed Services Committee came together on these reforms. They'll go a long way in fighting poverty and hunger and will encourage more people to enlist in military service. This NDAA also makes significant investments in our national defense. The bill funds a range of programs to support our domestic defense industrial base. These programs will help maintain and create jobs throughout the country and ensure that we can meet the demand for munitions and weapon systems to support our own military needs and those of our allies. Finally, this NDAA makes needed cuts to wasteful defense programs that keep the top-line spending in the bill at a flat 1% increase over last year's amount. All in all, while there are plenty of policies that I disagree with, the overall bill is solid and should garner the support of a large majority of House members. However, despite the best efforts of our armed services colleagues, it looks like House Republican leadership has decided to politicize the NDAA, just as they did last year. Last night in the Rules Committee, Republicans made and ordered dozens of right-wing MAGA amendments that will poison the NDAA's bipartisan support. These amendments, many of which are likely to be adopted by the House's extremist Republican majority, would restrict access to abortion care for female service members and block efforts to promote diversity and address discrimination in our armed services. In doing so, House leadership is once again politicizing one of the few remaining areas of bipartisan agreement in the House, while ignoring the real needs of those who serve our country. Last year, when House Republicans pulled this exact same stunt, it killed bipartisan support for the NDAA for the first time in decades, and this week Republicans have decided to repeat that mistake. Additionally, last night in the Rules Committee, Republicans rejected multiple bipartisan amendments to the bill. Republicans rejected an amendment from a member of their own party to add 4,000 special immigrant visas to resettle our Afghan allies who supported our troops throughout that conflict and who we promised to protect. Republicans rejected another Republican amendment to adopt the Major Richard Starr Act, which would fix a long-standing prohibition that prevents medically retired veterans from receiving their full earned benefits. That's a provision that has the support of over 300 members of this House. Republicans rejected a bipartisan amendment to provide cancer screenings for civilian DoD firefighters who've been disproportionately exposed to cancer-causing PFAS forever chemicals. These screenings would help detect cancers early and save lives. And Republicans rejected an amendment that would ensure that female service members who place their lives on the line for their country would have the freedom to access reproductive health care when they need it. Republicans rejected these sensible amendments, prioritizing over 24 partisan culture war amendments, including amendments to relocate a Confederate monument back to Arlington National Cemetery, and to defund DoD efforts to remove white nationalists from our military. But in rejecting other amendments, our Afghan allies, our veterans, our firefighters, and women service members have to take a back seat to the MAGA extremist culture wars. That's shameful, it's bad leadership, and it's clear that House Republicans have the wrong priorities for our service members, our veterans, our national security, and our country. Madam Speaker, whereas the NDAA, absent the toxic amendments, represents the possibilities of a functional legislative process and bipartisan negotiation, the rest of this rule represents the worst parts of this chamber. Since the first day of the 118th Congress, Republicans have spent the past year and a half spreading lies and conspiracy theories about President Biden and denying or making excuses for the misdeeds of their presumptive presidential candidate, Mr. Trump. A year and a half of investigations, depositions, written testimony, hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, and they haven't turned up any credible evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden or his administration. In fact, they've conclusively proven what the world knows, that President Biden has not committed impeachable acts. While House Republicans have been confronted repeatedly with this reality, they've doubled down, wasting the time and money of 3 separate congressional committees on a wild goose chase that's turned up exactly 0 evidence of wrongdoing. I want to make sure we understand just how backwards the House Republicans' priorities are. At a time when the nation has been dealing with high costs, devastating national disasters, and wars in Europe and the Middle East, Republicans have wasted tens of millions of taxpayer dollars, thousands of hours of staff time, and weeks of valuable committee and floor time to pursue completely fabricated allegations against this president. And all of their wasted time and money has turned up nothing. Rather than concede defeat, Republicans have manufactured this baseless contempt resolution against the Attorney General. Everything our Republican colleagues are saying about these contempt resolutions is smoke and mirrors, designed to distract attention from the criminal conviction of former President Trump by a jury of his peers, and a desperate attempt by Republicans to save face after their failed investigations, their failed legislative agenda, and their failure to represent the American people. There's no wrongdoing, no crime, no impeachable offense. The President and the Attorney General have done nothing wrong. Madam Speaker, I honestly don't know who's turning into C-SPAN at 9 a.m. on a workday to watch a rules debate, but I guarantee that most Americans could care less about the nonsense we're hearing from the other side of the aisle about this contempt resolution. Americans care about real issues. They care about the prices at the grocery store, access to quality health care and child care, and whether their kids will be safe on the way to and from school. And it's clear that the Republican majority has not done anything to address those issues. Many Republican members have acknowledged as much right here on this floor. House Republicans have wasted a year and a half fighting with each other and falsely smearing President Biden in order to provide cover for the twice-impeached felon who leads their party. They can't even pass their priority bills, and thank God they can't, because their agenda would be disastrous for our civil liberties, our economy, and our national security. So day after day, all we get from House Republicans is messaging, talking points, and a whole lot of hot air. Despite everything, Democrats remain ready to work for the American people. We've stepped into the breach multiple times in the past 18 months to negotiate and cut deals with Republicans to save our economy from default, fund the government, protect our allies, and provide humanitarian aid where it's needed most. We stand ready to advance real solutions for the American people. That offer is always on the table for Republicans who want to take it up. But as these contempt resolutions make clear, House Republicans have shown us time and again that they would rather fight partisan culture wars and stir up chaos and fear than work for the American people. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair would like to remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. The gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, the following things remain true. The subpoenas were legally authorized. The subpoenas were not complied with. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my friend from Texas, and the Chairman of the Rules Committee, Dr. Burgess.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding, and I certainly want to congratulate the gentleman from Georgia on leading his first rule as a member of the Rules Committee. While he's the newest member of the Rules Committee, he is a seasoned veteran when it comes to the work of the Armed Services Committee, and there is no one better to lead on our side for the NDAA reauthorization rule than the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott. I do want to speak in support of the rule, the underlying measures. This was a major piece of work that came through the House Armed Services Committee, came through with input of members on both sides of the dais, and was truly a significant product in that it passed nearly unanimously in the House Armed Services Committee. Every day, thousands of men and women don the uniform, sacrificing time, risking their lives, inconveniencing their families to defend us and our nation. The debt of gratitude we owe them and their families can never be repaid. Advancing this legislation is the least we can do to support them and give back to them. Simultaneously, this legislation continues to counteract threats from the Chinese Communist Party and our other adversaries by ensuring our weapons, our equipment, our cyber capabilities are indeed unmatched. Through the development of indispensable weapons technology and through increasing the lethality of our warfighters, the NDAA intercepts the Biden administration's soft international strategy and puts international security at greater risk. It is imperative for the House of Representatives to support this bill as it maintains our commitment to our service members and their family. And just acknowledging that the contempt resolutions are indeed included in this rule, I sat through the lengthy debate in the Rules Committee yesterday, hearing from the ranking members of the Judiciary and the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. The arguments sometimes became almost Shakespearean in their efforts. You know, the old line, I think the lady does protest too much. When that degree of protestation occurs, you have to ask yourself, what in the heck are they hiding? And it's almost as if the American public needs to see this information and make their own decision. The American public, unfortunately, has lost a lot of confidence in the federal government and its agencies because of that very lack of transparency. And it's not just on this issue, but it's on a number of issues. So I think it is incumbent upon us to make the information available to the American people, trust them to use their good judgment, and make the right call on that. Look, Republican members will always support our national defense and their personnel with the tools they need to do their jobs, to do them well, and to come home to a secure nation. I urge members to support the rule, support the men and women in uniform, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, we're all very grateful to the House Armed Services Committee for the bipartisan product that they have put forward here. But as we said before, it's the inclusion of multiple poison pill amendments, all put forward by extremists from the House Republican majority, and the failure to include both bipartisan and Democratic amendments that are really imperiling both this rule and this bill. Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure every American has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care, following the abhorrent Dobbs decision, which ended the protections for reproductive rights provided by Roe v. Wade. Many states have enacted laws to either ban some or all abortions, which Republicans have declared numerous times as their goal. Reproductive health care is vital, and denying these rights to millions of women around the country and our service members and their spouses is shameful and dangerous. That's why House Democrats are fighting to protect women, protect doctors, and protect patients who simply want to access and provide needed care. H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, will prevent states from trampling on women's constitutional rights and keep fundamental health care services available across the country. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, to discuss this proposal, I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
Ms. Fletcher is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Congresswoman Scanlon, for your work on the Rules Committee, for your focus on this issue this morning, and in response as what we would do with the previous question. I've just returned to Washington from my home state of Texas, where I am sorry to report that the healthcare crisis we have been experiencing has only gotten worse. Pregnant women in crisis, having miscarriages, having complications that put their health and their lives at risk, are being turned away from hospital emergency rooms because the extreme laws that our state legislators have passed banning abortion of just about any kind. Doctors and hospitals have asked for clear guidance about when and how they can take care of these patients, these American citizens who are suffering in Texas and states like it that have passed similar, vague, extreme laws criminalizing doctors, women, and pregnancy itself. Pregnant women have limited access to no access to care, and even to information. This puts their lives and health at risk, including their ability to have children in the future. Pregnant women have shown up at emergency rooms only to be told to come back later when they are closer to death. Closer to death, that's the standard in Texas. Think about that. And then we have cities and towns passing ordinances saying that women cannot drive through those cities if they're headed to New Mexico or to other places where they can get abortion care, if perhaps that is their purpose in traveling through. And despite requests for clear guidance about what the Texas law means, neither the state of Texas nor the Texas Supreme Court will provide it, leaving women and doctors to risk jail time and more to get the health care that they need. More than 50 years ago, a similar patchwork of restrictions in different states led women and doctors groups to petition the courts to guarantee the right of Americans to make their own fully informed decisions about whether, when, and how to be pregnant. They challenged the Texas law in a case brought by two young Texas women that went all the way up to the Supreme Court, a case we know as Roe v. Wade, which set out a framework to protect the health, privacy, and dignity of women in America. 2 years ago this month, the Supreme Court reversed that 50-year precedent. The chaos that has followed will continue until this Congress acts. And we must. We must pass the Women's Health Protection Act, a bill to restore the framework that Americans have relied on for the last 50 years, providing a federal statutory right to reproductive health care, including abortion care, free from medically unnecessary restrictions. And that is why I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question so that we can bring up the Women's Health Protection Act today. We passed it in the last Congress twice. We have to pass it again and get it to President Biden's desk so that we can protect the health, privacy, dignity, and freedom of American women. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my friend from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Georgia for yielding the time. Madam Speaker, I strongly support the rule before us today and the underlying legislation that will ensure that our Department of Defense stays laser focused on military readiness, supporting our service members and their families, and keeping our greatest adversaries in check. For years, this administration was allowed to waste hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money to force a woke agenda onto the men and women of our military, hobbling their training, their morale, their long-term success, all while our greatest adversary, China, relentlessly developed its own military, including even pulling ahead of us in the development of hypersonic missile technology. Today, China possesses hypersonic missiles that can hit our shores, but we do not yet have the capabilities to completely deter this particular threat. The legislation under the rule before us today focuses key resources on this technology, part of which is developed right in my own district in New York's Southern Tier. We cannot delay this any longer. And we cannot effectively secure our nation and to deter our adversaries, including China, without ridding our nation's military of the radical left Green New Deal agenda that they seem to embed in our defense policy moving forward. This policy of battery-powered vehicles harnessed by resources sourced from a supply chain dependent on communist China leaves our nation less secure and more vulnerable than ever before. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle point to the Biden administration's transition to electric non-combat vehicles in our armed forces as a win for the environment. But I ask them, is it really a win for the environment if we source these critical minerals from strip mines in the Congo and transport them across the globe to be refined in countries that ignore many of the environmental regulations that we take for granted here in the United States? Are we really protecting the environment when we foist inefficient, unreliable vehicles on our nation's military while China and India build hundreds of new coal power plants every single year? My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they know the answer, but they'd rather push their false fairy tale narrative that these policies are going to reduce global emissions to score political points. They want to ignore the dangerous situations that these policies ultimately put our military service members in. We need common sense policies that focus on merit, lethality, and readiness to shape our military in the coming years, not the woke dreams of a radical left that would prefer a country to not have a military at all. We certainly know that they don't believe that we should have a border, and as the policies of the Biden administration have so thoroughly illustrated to the American people. I urge my colleagues to support the rule before us today and help pass another bold and focused and crucial NDAA that will support our service members and ensure that the U.S. military remains the strongest fighting force on the face of the earth. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania for yielding the time. I rise today with a warning for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. You are setting a very dangerous precedent by trying to hold an Attorney General who has provided all of the substance requested in a subpoena in contempt. And let's be very clear. This precedent that you are setting is one that your own former president and cabinet secretaries repeatedly violated in the last administration. In 2019, the former president famously said that he would defy all congressional subpoenas. And then he did just that during the impeachment inquiry. The State Department refused to turn over a single document. Under your precedent here, with Attorney General Merrick Garland, who has provided everything that you have asked for, except for the audio recording of an interview with President Biden and the special counsel, you are moving into dangerous territory. There is no legitimate legislative purpose to require the Attorney General and the Department of Justice to turn over the audio recording of an interview of which they have already turned over the transcript. Now, I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle use explanations such as demeanor evidence and character evidence. That's all well and good if you were considering whether or not to prosecute President Biden, but that's not the job of Congress. There's no legitimate legislative purpose in figuring out, quote, demeanor evidence as to whether or not President Biden, how he sounded when you have the information. And it is particularly galling that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are going to try to hold the Attorney General in contempt for this narrow issue when he has substantially complied with the subpoena, when 5 of my Republican colleagues completely defied lawful congressional subpoenas last time, including the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. You are setting a dangerous precedent, And you, my friends on the other side of the aisle, ought to think twice, because what goes around comes around. And I yield back.
Again, members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The following things are true. The subpoenas were legally authorized. The subpoenas were not complied with. And I would remind you, Madam Speaker, that the words "except for" are even being used by my Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle. People don't have the option to comply partially with a subpoena. Nobody in this country does. With that, I yield 3 minutes to my friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is now recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia. Madam Chair, I rise today in support of H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act of 2025. As the longest serving enlisted member of the military in the history of Congress, I bring a very unique perspective to this problem set. And I get the chance here to stand and speak about the differences that we may share when it comes to sending billions of dollars to other countries for them to fight their wars. And we can have that discussion, and I respect both sides of that argument. But nobody in this body can reasonably argue that any member of the United States military should be living below the poverty line as they defend our freedom and the very House that we stand in today debating this bill. To frame the problem that our service members face, a civilian can apply for an entry-level position job at a convenience store in my district and receive higher compensation than if they were to join the United States military. As I was serving as an active duty Navy SEAL being shot at in combat, my wife was standing in line to buy food products using WIC coupons, and I simply view this as unacceptable. In addition to my experience as a service member, I serve on the Agriculture Committee, and as we were debating the Farm Bill, we were talking about additional SNAP benefits for members of the military. And that's just the symptom. The root cause is that the DoD brass and previous Congresses have been relying on welfare to subsidize American service members' salary so that they could expend these monies on different parts of the defense industry. This has caused the enlisted pay gap to become a chasm and is the antithesis of military leadership. Our junior enlisted have been taken for granted for too long, and it's only exacerbated by Bidenomics, which is creating an inflationary environment that is crushing the entire nation. The first truth of the Special Operations Forces is that humans are more important than hardware. And this bill embodies this truth by including a historic 19.5% pay raise for junior enlisted, marking the most significant raise in history. Now, unfortunately, President Biden has not included this pay raise in his budget. And I find it wholly contemptible that someone, the president specifically, who has managed to become a multimillionaire on a public servant's salary, would snatch the food out of our junior enlisted mouths as they stand in the breach protecting his very life.
Gentleman's time has
I ask
expired.
Strong support.
An additional minute to my colleague from Wisconsin.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
I am proud to have many of my provisions included in this NDAA that will ease the service members' transition from active duty to becoming a veteran, and I thank Chairman Rogers for his work and support on this. I will continue to champion these initiatives and will continue to fight to support our service members. And with that, I yield back.
Please, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do agree with some of the gentleman's comments about the need to increase pay and benefits for our junior service members and service families, but I have to strongly disagree with his attempts to turn this into an attack on the president. We've seen multiple reports from experts talking about the challenges that our service members face, and the challenges we see to recruitment are because our economy is so strong that people have other better paid and better resourced opportunities under the current economy than they have for years, and that has been suppressing recruitment and retention. So I think his economic analysis is a little off. I did think when he was getting up here, he might be here to speak about some of his amendments that were not being made in order. Last night, the majority of the Rules Committee, the Republican majority, voted unanimously to disallow amendments that would protect our federal firefighters from cancer-causing PFAS chemicals. These were bipartisan amendments, and the gentleman from Wisconsin was a co-sponsor of them. So I assumed that when he was here today, he was here to speak against the rule, and I think perhaps that's the best choice until we have a more bipartisan approach to the amendments that should be made in order. Madam Speaker, at this point, I would yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday in Rules, we had a rare but wonderful moment of bipartisanship as we considered the NDAA. Republican Chair Rogers and Democratic Ranking Member Smith spoke in harmonious unison about the benefits of the bill, which increases pay for junior enlisted members of our armed services by 19.5%. It invests in childcare, healthcare, and job opportunities for their spouses, which are especially important for rural bases like the Cannon Air Force Base, which is in my district. But remember, these bases are often in rural districts because cows don't complain when those planes make a lot of noise flying overhead. And these benefits are essential as we battle low recruitment levels. We must treat our service members with the same dignity and respect that they offer our country and our flag. Last year, however, I might remind us that we had a similar bipartisan bill come to Rules, which was then weighed down by poison pills added as amendments on the House floor. These amendments had to be taken out in the Senate. This year, we once again see many proposed amendments adopted in this rule, which are seen as poison pills by so many. These amendments would block service women's access to reproductive health care and abortion. As the climate faces more extreme storms, one of the amendments would prevent our military from combating the climate crisis and building resilience for our bases as sea levels rise. But, Madam Speaker, I want to speak to an amendment that was left out of the rule. Our Republican colleagues blocked a vote on the bipartisan amendment to extend and expand the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, an amendment offered by Republicans Representatives Moylan, Wagner, myself, and many others. For 30 years, the United States has provided a one-time payment to some of the Americans who were exposed to radiation from the U.S. government's nuclear testing program, and these people developed cancers or other diseases. For reasons no one can explain, RECA left out many communities who were downwind from these nuclear explosions, like New Mexico, where the first atomic bomb was exploded, or the communities where the nuclear waste from the Manhattan Project leaked into the water and soil in Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio. It left out the workers who cleaned up the radioactive sites from this nuclear testing program, which was essential for our defense. Uranium miners, including those who worked after 1971 in Texas, Wyoming, and North Dakota, were left out. Republicans and Democrats represent these communities who share a common bond of grief and illness. Our RECA amendment would provide justice to these communities and make sure they're eligible. It would also extend the program for 5 years since it is now expired. Some will say we can't do this because of the cost, but the cost has already been paid in cancer diagnosis, medical bills, and death. The government assumed this cost when it started our nuclear testing program, when it first poisoned those unwilling Americans. The government recognized it should pay this cost when it first passed WICA. Our ask is simple today. Please let every person harmed by this national defense program receive the same compensation. Blocking a vote on our bipartisan WICA amendment is walking away from the opportunity to do right by these communities whom we have hurt. WICA expired on Monday. Every moment that Congress fails to act is a moment when another downwinder or miner might get a cancer diagnosis, a moment where a son or daughter may start to plan a loved one's funeral. We cannot wait to do what's right any longer. While the moment to vote on an amendment to this NDAA may have temporarily passed in the House, Speaker Johnson, we're asking you to let the House vote on the Radiation Exposure Compensation Reauthorization Act that the Senate already passed by a 2-to-1 vote. I urge a no vote on the rule, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. From Pennsylvania. The gentlewoman from is recognized. Oh, reserves. Okay, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve and would ask the gentlelady from Pennsylvania how many additional speakers she may anticipate.
We're ready to close.
I reserve. Yes, ma'am.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you may have guessed, I strongly oppose this rule. The rule likely guarantees that there will not be bipartisan support for the NDAA, and like last year, this means that the House will get steamrolled by the Senate. And as we've discussed this morning, the 2 contempt resolutions included in this rule are not a serious legislative effort, but a manufactured dispute between House Republicans and the Attorney General, which threatens to undermine rather than promote the rule of law. We'd be a lot better off with a clean rule for the NDAA, stripped of all the partisan nonsense, so we can focus on our core constitutional duty to provide for the common defense. Conducting oversight over our armed forces and funding our national security are 2 of Congress's most important responsibilities. But the kind of politicization we see from the House Republicans is disrespectful to the American people. It's unbecoming to this chamber and signals to our service members that we don't have their backs when they may need it the most. As the NDAA goes to the floor this week, I call on my colleagues to reject the poison pill amendments which have been presented and maintain the bill's bipartisan support. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close. Yield myself the balance of my time. Madam Speaker, this week we have the ability to advance significant legislation in the House of Representatives. The fiscal year 25 National Defense Authorization Act fully authorizes our national defense and improves efficiency while eliminating wasteful spending and harmful programs. It strengthens our military and makes important steps to address the security threats America faces from our adversaries, including China, Iran, and foreign terrorist organizations. It improves our military readiness, provides robust support to our ally Israel, and supports law enforcement operations at our southern border. And critically, Madam Speaker, it focuses on improving the quality of life of our service members and their families who sacrifice so much to defend us. Madam Speaker, it provides a 19.5% pay raise for our junior enlisted service members and a 4.5% pay raise for all other service members. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the House has the responsibility to protect its Article I authority to conduct oversight and investigations. This week, Attorney General Garland has a choice: either comply with the lawfully issued subpoenas completely and turn over the tapes, or be held in contempt. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman from Georgia yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I would request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 1287, adoption of House Resolution 1287, if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass Senate 138. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1287, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 82, House Resolution 1287, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8070, to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year, relating to the consideration of House Report 118-527 and an accompanying resolution, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
voted? On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 204. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yes. We'd request.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you. We request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic votes. This is a 5-minute vote. Did I say the same? Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 207. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, to suspend the rules and pass S-138, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 138, an act to amend the Tibetan Policy Act of 2002 to modify certain provisions of that act.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 391, the nays are 26. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1291. Resolved that the following named member be.
Resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereinafter be considered the primary sponsor of H.R. 4205, a bill originally introduced by Representative Santos of New York for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. Okay. You ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on the Judiciary, I call up House Report 118-527.
The clerk will report the title of the report.
Report to accompany House Resolution 1292, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find United States Attorney General Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1287, the report is considered read. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, seek recognition?
Committee on the Judiciary, I call up House Resolution 1292 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1292, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find United States Attorney General Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designee. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. On page 1 of his report, Special Counsel Hur said President Biden, quote, willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. Joe Biden not only kept information he wasn't allowed to keep, he shared it with people who weren't allowed to get it. And on page 231, the special counsel told us why President Biden did this. He said, quote, President Biden had strong motivations to ignore proper procedures for safeguarding the classified information in his notebooks. He had decided months before leaving office to write a book for which he got paid $8 million. So we have motive, an $8 million motive. We have the elements of the crime: knowingly keeping classified information, knowingly disclosing classified information. But despite all this, Special Counsel Hur declined to recommend prosecution for President Biden because Joe Biden is, quote, a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. On page 207 of his report, Special Counsel Hur said Mr. Biden's memory also appeared to have significant limitations, both at the time he spoke to the ghostwriter, Mr. Zwanitzer, in 2017, as evidenced by their recorded conversations, and today as evidenced by his recorded interview with our office. The committees need the audio recordings to determine whether the Justice Department appropriately carried out justice by not prosecuting the president. Because remember what they told us. Justice Department said, we're going to operate independent of the White House. They said, we'll be impartial, independent arbiters of the facts. Okay, maybe so, but what we do know is this. One former president's being charged, Joe Biden's not being. We think we're entitled, actually, we know we're entitled to all the evidence and the best evidence. And the transcripts alone are not sufficient evidence of the state of the president's memory, especially since the executive branch has a history of changing transcripts. We saw this in late April. The transcript the White House put out didn't match the video and audio recording of President Biden's speech. And only after the White House was caught did they change the transcript. And in that case, and in this case, the audio recording is the best evidence of the words that President Biden actually spoke. Following the release of Special Counsel Hur's report, both the Judiciary Committee and the Oversight Committees issued subpoenas requiring Attorney General Garland to turn over the transcripts of the audio recordings of Special Counsel Hur's interviews with President Biden and his ghostwriter. To date, the Attorney General has failed to produce those recordings. In fact, he told us last week he wasn't going to do it, and that is why we're here. Despite the committee's best efforts, the department has continued to withhold the audio recordings of those interviews without providing any constitutional or legal basis to do so. Just hours before the committee was set to meet and consider the contempt resolution, the department notified the committee that President Biden had asserted, at the Attorney General's urging, executive privilege over the audio recordings. It's simple. Attorney General Garland holds information vital to the committee's legislative oversight and the House impeachment inquiry. Remember, this body voted December 13th of last year to enter that phase of our oversight duty and impeachment inquiry. The department has a legal obligation to turn over the requested material. Attorney General Garland's willful refusal to constitutes contempt of Congress. This resolution upholds the institutional power of the House by recommending that the House find Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for failing to comply with the committee's subpoena. Our oversight and impeachment responsibilities are too important to allow the Attorney General to willfully disregard this. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and we reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. What person, the gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the dishonesty that we have just heard is illustrated by what Mr. Jordan just said. His selective quote from Mr. Hur's report. He said, our investigation uncovered evidence that President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. The report does say that. But he neglects a sentence, a paragraph later. However, for the reasons summarized below, we conclude that the evidence does not establish Mr. Biden's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That is deceptive. Secondly, as the majority well knows, the President asserted executive privilege in this matter. Maybe that was proper, maybe not, but the way to contest executive privilege is not by a contempt resolution, it's by going to court and letting the court decide whether the exercise of executive privilege is warranted or not, and for that reason also, this resolution fails. Mr. Speaker, the Judiciary Committee under Republican control has spent the last 18 months and 20 million taxpayer dollars in a desperate search to find something, anything, that they can use to damage President Biden and to protect Donald Trump. Other committees have gotten into the act as well, spending untold taxpayer money not to benefit the American people, not to feed hungry children, not to address our housing crisis, and not to improve our health care system, but on a single-minded quest to follow every right-wing conspiracy theory in the vain hope that it might lead to some evidence of wrongdoing. And what exactly have they delivered to the American people on their investment? Nothing. No evidence that the conspiracies are true, no indictments, no impeachment, no wins of any significance. And the Republican leadership knows that if they don't come up with something to show for the millions of dollars they have spent, the MAGA political base may stay home next November. So they are scrambling in a desperate attempt to look like they have accomplished something. They were fervently hoping that Special Counsel Hur would indict President Biden for mishandling classified documents so that they could attack President Biden and misdirect the American people away from Donald Trump's treacherous handling of classified information. But the special counsel cleared Mr. Biden of wrongdoing for reasons that have nothing to do with Mr. Hur's gratuitous and widely contradicted comments about the president's memory. So what do our Republican friends do when an investigation turns up short? Simply put, they engage in fantasy. That's what they are doing here today. Unable to come up with any wrongdoing by the president, they have now trained their sights on the Attorney General. They accuse him of withholding key evidence, but the Attorney General has substantially complied with their every request. Sometimes he has been too responsive, in my opinion, given the obvious bad faith of the MAGA majority. DOJ has produced 92,000 pages of documents since Republicans took control of the House last year, and has made dozens of witnesses available for interviews, hearings, and briefings. That's more pages of documents and more witnesses than the Trump Justice Department produced to Congress in 4 years. Just last week, the Attorney General himself spent more than 5 hours testifying before the Judiciary Committee. With respect to the subpoena at issue in this contempt resolution, the Department turned over all the information Republicans asked for. There's been no obstruction, only cooperation. In reality, the Attorney General and DOJ have been fully responsive to Congress in every way that might be material to their long-dead impeachment inquiry. All that remains are audio files for which the President has asserted executive privilege. In a letter to Chairman Jordan and Comer, the Department of Justice noted that producing the audio recordings would, quote, raise an unacceptable risk of undermining the Department's ability to conduct high-profile criminal investigations, in particular with investigations where the voluntary cooperation of the White House officials is exceedingly important, close quote. The chairman claimed that they need those records to understand the pauses, pace, and tone of the conversation. This is absurd and clearly pretextual, and in any event, it does not outweigh the substantial concerns expressed by the President and the Department. Moreover, with respect to the recording at issue in this report, a complete certified transcript has already been provided to both committees. And no credible allegation has been made that these transcripts have been altered in any material way. The only thing that has not been produced is the recording itself, something that in the wrong hands can be easily manipulated. That is not an idle concern. Deepfakes and misleadingly edited videos and recordings have proliferated in recent years. Last year, a witness testifying in a closed-door deposition told us that she was the victim of a manipulated video made by a third party but shared widely by the Republicans on the Judiciary Committee, who refused to take down the video even after it was abundantly clear that it was manipulated. That video contributed to a flood of death threats against the witness. This isn't really about a policy disagreement with the DOJ. This is about feeding the MAGA base after 18 months of investigations that have produced failure after failure. Like most of the bills House Republicans have pushed on purely partisan lines, this contempt resolution will do very little, other than smear the reputation of Merrick Garland, who will remain a good and decent public servant no matter what Republicans say about him today. This resolution may boost Donald Trump's spirits before his sentencing, but it will almost certainly not convince the Department of Justice to produce the one remaining file in question. Like the broader impeachment effort before it, this contempt resolution will have been a partisan stunt, destined to fail from the very start. And as I said before, if they were really interested in getting this recording, they would contest the assertion of executive privilege in court, not bring a contempt resolution against the Attorney General. The American people actually need us to do important work. I'm tired of these games, and so are the American people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, good friend from the great state of Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the resolution. This is not a complicated matter. The Oversight and Judiciary Committees issued duly authorized legal subpoenas to Attorney General Garland for a certain set of documents, including the audio recordings of Special Counsel Hur's interview with President Biden. The Attorney General has refused to produce these audio recordings. Unlike what my Democratic colleagues keep claiming, this is not just Republicans who need these recordings for their oversight duties. Media outlets, including the AP, CBS, CNN, NBC, and the Washington Post, among others, have filed suit to get these same audio recordings as well. Because the media, like everyone else, knows there's no substitute for a recording of an interview. Not a transcript, not a summary, not the Attorney General's judgment that Congress doesn't need it. The Oversight Committee's investigation of these classified documents has already revealed that the White House's official timeline of events regarding these classified materials left out very important details. For instance, White House employees were entering the Penn Biden Center and moving documents months before the discovery of the classified materials by President Biden's personal attorneys in November 2022. One of those employees was former White House counsel Dana Remus. We issued a subpoena for Mrs. Remus's deposition, but the White House has blocked Mrs. Remus from speaking to the Oversight Committee. The White House has also blocked other White House employees who visited the Penn Biden Center before November 2022 from speaking to us. What is the Biden administration trying to hide? Attorney General Merrick Garland's refusal to produce this evidence establishes a clear pattern of obstruction by the DOJ to cover up President Biden's wrongdoing. President Biden has lied to the American people about his mishandling of classified documents. He has repeatedly denied not knowing about or being involved in his family's influence peddling schemes, which the Oversight Committee can now show has raked in $18 million from foreign individuals and entities for the Biden family members, including President Biden himself. He also met with nearly all his family's foreign associates. President Biden's Department of Justice appears to be taking every step to insulate him from the consequences, whether it's hiding these audio recordings or attempting to give Hunter Biden a sweetheart plea deal to shield Joe Biden from facing accountability for his role in his family's influence peddling schemes. This is unacceptable. The House of Representatives cannot serve as a necessary check on the presidency if the executive branch is free to ignore the House's subpoenas. I urge my colleagues to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the distinguished chairman, ranking member of the Oversight and Investigations Committee, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Our colleagues invite us today to become the first Congress in the history of the United States to hold someone in contempt for complying with our demands. And their target is the Attorney General of the United States. Attorney General Garland gave us the special counsel's report on President Biden in full. He made the special counsel available to us in committee for hours of testimony where he answered all our questions, and he provided the full transcript of the president's voluntary 5-hour interview with the special counsel, all 250 pages of it. The whole world can read President Biden's interview and his answers unedited. But that's apparently not enough. Now they want to hold the Attorney General in contempt for not turning over the audio tape of the interview that we have the verbatim transcript of. And why is that important? Well, in case you've lost the thread of this madcap wild goose chase, America, remember this is an impeachment investigation. Do they think that the holy grail of the 118th Congress, evidence of a presidential high crime and misdemeanor, is lurking in the pauses or the background throat clearings and sneezes on the audio tape? Well, of course not. They know there's no high crime or misdemeanor to be found because they've spent the last 17 months and millions of our taxpayer dollars looking for it, and it simply does not exist. They literally don't even know what they're looking for anymore. So why do they want it? Well, they're hoping that in the 5 hours of President Biden's testimony, they can find a mispronounced word or phrase or a brief stammer, which they can then turn into an embarrassing political TV attack ad. Get it, America? That's what this is all about. And holding the Attorney General of the United States in contempt is one more useful distraction from the complete and devastating implosion of the Biden impeachment probe, which of course was the #1 priority of these talented leaders. Remember, they promised to reveal the greatest presidential high crime and misdemeanor in American history, an act of treachery and deceit that dwarfs even the incitement of a violent mob insurrection and an attempted political coup that took place right here against our Constitution, our Congress, our Vice President, in this chamber. But after their truly prodigious investigation, punctuated, admittedly, by some unfortunate mishaps like Chinese spies, fake evidence, pornographic displays in committee, and their own witnesses testifying that there were no grounds for presidential impeachment, they have nothing to show for their arduous work other than one more debunked Russian disinformation operation and one more indicted GOP informant and star witness. Rather than admit defeat in this bumbling operation and look for some other way to actually aid the public good, they've decided to flail about in mock outrage against a series of phantom tyrants in the hopes of distracting everyone from this epic flop. Their first distraction was to impeach Secretary Ali Mayorkas as a paltry consolation prize, but that pathetic decoy action blew up in their hands. Then the plan was to skip the mundane work of casting votes and actually doing committee business to travel on a collective spiritual pilgrimage on Amtrak to New York City to attend the criminal trial of an unmentionable American felon, one of 19 million in the country. But that strange journey to Mecca also blew up in their faces when this mystery political false prophet was convicted unanimously by a jury of his peers on dozens of felony criminal counts in a fair American trial. They tried to salvage the credibility of this bizarre expedition by blaming the American justice system for being weaponized against Republicans. But this political extremism quickly melted away when the son of President Biden, the original target of their wrath, was also prosecuted and convicted, like another disarmed felon whose name may now not be spoken on the floor, apparently, by a unanimous jury of his peers on all counts against him. And that trial, unlike the trial whose very existence must be sent down the Orwellian memory hole to save someone hurt feelings, was actually tried in the federal system. So what's left to do now? Well, let's hold the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, in contempt, of course. This will be sure to placate an unrepentant and anonymous convicted felon from New York and distract everybody else for a day or two. I confess it's a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, to be asked to hold the Attorney General of the United States in contempt of Congress for overwhelmingly complying with the committee's demands by members who voted against contempt citations for Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, two persons subpoenaed by the January 6th Select Committee who never spent a single minute. Could I have one more?
The gentleman's time has expired.
I grant the gentleman an additional minute.
Bannon and Navarro never spent a minute with the January 6th committee, never turned over a single document to our committee. These people had 0% compliance with Congress. They demonstrated true contempt, which is why they've been sentenced to jail. But Chairman Comer, in his wisdom, would hold the Attorney General of the United States of America in contempt for what I think is 100% compliance, but in any event is something like 98 or 99% compliance. If you think a federal official is not rendered proper compliance, you take them to court, you don't hold them in contempt, and it's rich beyond measure, like a billionaire rich, to be asked to hold the Attorney General in contempt by people who themselves received subpoenas to testify before the January 6th committee, who never rendered a single document nor a single minute of testimony to the January 6th committee. I urge Congress to reject this absurd motion, and I'm happy to yield back to the chairman.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. Recognize the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I never said I wouldn't testify in front of the January 6th committee. I just want to know what the parameters that testimony were going to be. So I never did say no to that. Second, the speaker before just said we don't know what we're looking for. We're looking for equal treatment under the law. Special Counsel Hur found Joe Biden knowingly kept classified information. Joe Biden knowingly disclosed classified information. He told us that on the very first page of his report. And then he told us later why he did so. He said he had strong motivation for ignoring classified procedures because he was writing a book for which he got paid $8 million. Again, we have motive and we have him knowingly disclosing classified information. But he doesn't get charged. Yet President Trump does. President Trump does by Jack Smith. Jack Smith, the guy who had to file with the court a notice saying that he actually altered the order of the documents he seized on the raid of the president's home. He had to tell the court that. The physical documents don't match up with the scanned documents. You're not allowed to change the sequence of the documents you seized. But Jack Smith did. Jack Smith mishandled the documents he's accusing President Trump of mishandling. You can't make this stuff up. That's what we're focused on. And oh, by the way, we're in the midst of an impeachment inquiry. We're entitled to the best evidence. That's why we want the audio tape. With that, I yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the crime subcommittee, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, during his testimony before the House Judiciary Committee, Special Counsel Herr stated that, quote, the evidence and the president himself put his memory squarely at issue, close quote. In his report, Special Counsel Herr noted that during both his and Zwanitzer's interviews with President Biden, the president's memory was significantly limited. President Biden has contested that. The Democrats contest that. But in reality, it's the failure to fully comply with the committee's subpoenas regarding the audio recordings of the Biden and Zwanitzer interviews that has hindered the House's ability to adequately conduct oversight over Special Counsel Herr regarding his investigative findings and the president's retention and disclosure of classified materials, and has impeded the committee's impeachment inquiry. So, the committee must assess whether the Special Counsel Herr's declination decision, which was based on President Biden's poor mental state, was consistent with the department's commitment to impartial justice, or whether legislative reforms are necessary regarding special counsel investigations because they are not leading to impartial outcomes. In short, the audio recordings would offer unique and important information to advance the committee's impeachment inquiry and inform the Judiciary Committee as to the need for legislative reforms to the operations of the department or the conduct of special counsel investigations. Those are legislative purposes, they are constitutional purposes, and they justify us getting the audio recordings. But they don't want the audio recordings to come forward. Why is that? It's odd, isn't it? Because the DOJ admitted in court filings 2 weeks ago that they actually did alter the transcript. They claim, oh, there's just filler information. Maybe there were duplicative words. There were blank pauses in there that were not noted in the transcript. That's why an audio recording is important, because the transcripts do not reflect important verbal context, such as tone or tenor, or nonverbal context, such as pauses or pace of delivery, all of which went into the decision by Mr. Herr not to prosecute a crime that he said was committed. That prosecutorial discretion is under review by our committee legitimately and constitutionally. We have the right to that audio recording. The department has said they're not going to give it to us. Odd. Because the cases that deal with requiring the audio recording to be turned over, the long skein of cases, they turn on various things like the audio recording is the best evidence. They say that. Odd. They also say that if there's tampering or any kind of editing or altering of the written transcript, which we now know is true, then the audio recording is mandatory. That's why we should get it. This department won't give it to us. Merrick Garland is in contempt of this Congress, and he needs to be held in contempt. And with that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging personalities toward the President. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
I reserve.
Chairman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is absurd. This is Fellini in the Congress. Comparing what Joe Biden did to what the other fellow that preceded him in office did in keeping documents in Mar-a-Lago in his bathroom and out in the fancy rooms where all of his billionaire friends go is like comparing somebody that writes a bad check by $2, an overdraft, to somebody who's a bank robber with guns and weapons and machine guns going on into banks and robbing money. Biden was a sympathetic figure, said Mr. Hur, a Republican who Merrick Garland gave the duty to study that case. He was a sympathetic figure. You don't commit a crime unless there is guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Hur found there could not be guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What the other fellow did, refusing to comply with requests to give the documents, classified documents up, refusing, and then having to have a search warrant and finding them, hundreds of documents. Not for the purpose of writing a book, for somebody who can't even read a book, but for purposes that we don't know and what they were used for, but they were taken illegally and improperly. Merrick Garland is an honorable and good man who should be in the College of Cardinals and not being tried for contempt by this Fellini.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. I have not seen a more diligent and honorable Attorney General in the times I've served in Congress. Merrick Garland is a superb individual, and this is just projection, trying to throw things off from the other fella, Trump, and put him on Biden. There's no comparison. Once again, it's like comparing a bank robber to a guy that wrote an overdraft. I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Before recognizing Mr. Bishop, let me, the chair would remind members again to refrain from engaging personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman from California. This matter is simple, and in its simplicity is the clarity of its appropriate resolution. The audio recording of President Biden's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur is demeanor evidence. Demeanor is one's outward manner, a way of conducting oneself, one might say, is bearing. And in some circumstances, demeanor evidence is the most probative, powerful evidence that can be heard. Better than words, it can evidence credibility or evasiveness and avoidance. And especially in this circumstance, it can evidence a witness's capacities to observe, recall, and relate information accurately. President Biden shared classified information with his ghostwriter in pursuance of securing his $3 million book advance. Mr. Hur attributed the Justice Department's decision not to recommend prosecution of President Biden for mishandling classified documents on this and other occasions to the facts that he is an elderly man with poor memory. A raw transcript doesn't inform the Judiciary Committee sufficiently to evaluate the reasonableness of that determination, especially since President Biden hotly contested Special Counsel Hur's characterization. Demeanor evidence could powerfully clarify whether that exercise of prosecutorial discretion was politically neutral or politically freighted. In fact, it is the very power of the demeanor evidence in the audio of Biden's interview that Garland inadvertently acknowledges in stubbornly withholding it. If it were nothing more than a duplicate of the transcript, it would never have been refused. The Justice Department, the Attorney General have not a leg to stand on. Their refusal is the essence of contempt. Garland's own words reflect it in the hearing before the Judiciary Committee the other day. He said certain members of this committee have marked up a contempt resolution. But as I pointed out to the Attorney General, it was a majority of the members of the committee, and he retracted those words. A majority of the committee charged by a majority of this House with inquiring into the existence of grounds to exercise the awesome constitutional power of impeachment. The Attorney General's reference to certain members reflects a political mindset that does not support withholding evidence that the committee seeks that is squarely relevant and essential to its inquiry. That defiance the House cannot abide. Therefore, this resolution for contempt must pass this House. I yield.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield a minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Contempt. To hold something as beneath the dignity of consideration, something to be scorned, an attitude towards something that is inferior, worthless, open disrespect for something that is vile, despised, disgraced, insolence in the presence of the law. An apt description not of the subject of this motion, but of those who bring it. Not of an Attorney General who has upheld our justice system, who has demonstrated a respect for our institutions, but of those who mock the idea that we are a nation of laws, not the individual. When Republicans line up in front of a Manhattan courthouse to denigrate the rule of law in the service of a now convicted felon, that is contemptuous. When Republicans peddle the lie that Joe Biden is pulling the levers of Trump's Manhattan prosecution, that is contemptuous. When Republican committee chairmen ignore their own subpoena but feign indignation when the Attorney General complies with his, that is contemptuous. That is deserving of our scorn. That is beneath the dignity of this body. That is vile, disgraceful, and worthy. I have additional 30 seconds. That is deserving of our scorn. That is beneath the dignity of this body. That is vile, disgraceful, and worthy of derision. Those who bring this motion bring contempt, all right, but only upon themselves. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 3 minutes to myself.
So recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in American history, a presidential administration is trying to jail its opponent. And not just any opponent, but a former president of the United States. To pursue this objective, Mr. Biden's Attorney General approved an unprecedented armed raid on a former president's home, despite strenuous objections by his career officials and the local field office that normally would have had jurisdiction. He then created a new position without the constitutional requirement of congressional action or Senate confirmation. He filled that position with one Jack Smith, despite the central role Smith had played in the IRS scandal that targeted and harassed the Tea Party volunteers, and despite a long history of prosecutorial misconduct. The cooked-up charge was the mishandling of classified documents. Well, shortly thereafter, we discovered that as vice president, Joe Biden had done the same thing. Yet, as president, Mr. Trump had absolute authority to declassify materials at will. As vice president, Joe Biden did not. As president, Mr. Trump had absolute authority to determine what records to keep upon leaving office. As vice president, Joe Biden did not. Yet, the Biden administration's appointed special counsel in the Biden case concluded that although Biden had, quote, willfully retained and disclosed classified materials when he was a private citizen, criminal charges were not warranted because he's, quote, a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Well, the principal justification for this glaring double standard in the handling of these two cases was the interview with Mr. Biden. Yet all we have is the unverified transcript to determine the validity of this otherwise inexplicable decision. Mr. Biden cannot claim executive privilege. This was not a policy discussion, and he's already released the transcript. But it is vital that our committee know if the transcript is complete and whether it accurately portrays the circumstances under which that decision was made. 2 Trump officials have been sentenced to prison for their failure to honor congressional subpoenas. And that case was far weaker than this one because at the time, Congress was not exercising oversight or considering legislation. In this case, the Judiciary Committee is doing both. Yet once again, we have this glaring legal double standard at play. Now, I expect the Attorney General to thumb his nose at the citation. We've come to expect that of him. But the House Judiciary Committee is charged with defending and upholding the rule of law and its fundamental principle of equal justice under law. And if we're going to restore them, this resolution is an indispensable step that we must take today. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of the time. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman just attacked Special Counsel Smith. This dangerous attempt to demonize anybody who would hold Donald Trump accountable for his actions is despicable, and it is a full-out assault on the basic tenets of our democracy. I want to remind my colleagues that these types of actions have consequences. They affect the lives of many men and women who have dedicated themselves to public service and upholding the rule of law. I will submit for the record a June 11, 2024 article in the Washington Post by the Honorable Merrick Garland entitled, "Unfounded Attacks on the Justice Department Must End." It is absurd and dangerous that public servants, many of whom risk their lives every day, are being threatened for simply doing their jobs and adhering to the principles that have long guided the Justice Department's work. I would also remind my friend on the other side of the aisle that the conviction of Mr. Trump was in a state court in New York, having nothing to do with the federal government. And I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Before recognizing the gentleman, members are still reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president or toward the presumptive nominee. The gentleman is recognized.
This is not about the contempt of the Attorney General. It's about MAGA Republicans' contempt for the Constitution, the rule of law, and democracy. And it's about who any of us came here to fight for. MAGA Republicans are fighting for one person at the cost of what your constituents actually care about. You're fighting for a felon. You're fighting for a felon. On this side, we're fighting for working people. We're fighting for the kids and the teachers and the soldiers and the cops and the firefighters and the bakers and the butchers, people who go to work every day and count on us to do something for them. And you're working for a felon. A felon. 12 of his neighbors, people in the community where he committed crimes, made 34 decisions. And 408 straight times, they said guilty. So let me make it clear where we stand. We will choose families over felons, verdicts over vengeance, and people over politics. And will the ranking member yield me 1 more minute?
An additional minute.
And can we also just talk about subpoenas for 1 second? Because 2 of your last speakers are 750 plus days in defiance of a subpoena. So get real when Mr. Jordan and Mr. Biggs come to this floor and want to talk and get all righteous about subpoenas. You start honoring your subpoenas, and we can talk about anyone else's subpoena. And I yield back.
Jeff from New York reserves. Chair recognizes. Chair would remind members again to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president and direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield 4 minutes to my colleague from California, Mr. Issa.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I'm not going to refer to the current president or the presumptive nominee. I am going to refer for my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to refer to the history of this body, because I think the study of the history of this body should tell members on both sides of the aisle that this is an appropriate contempt. It will lead eventually to compliance and, again, to holding this body as a co-equal of government. I might remind my colleagues, some of them here in the room, Mr. Speaker, that in 2007, this body held the White House counsel on behalf of the President of the United States, then President Bush, in contempt for refusing to show up before this very committee, Judiciary. In 2012, this body held a previous Attorney General in a very similar situation affecting the same 2 committees that have been speaking here, Oversight and Judiciary, held Eric Holder in contempt because he told us that if we would take 200 and some documents, and that was all that was left, and end our case, he would give them to us. Otherwise, he would withhold them. We held him in contempt. And Judge Amy Berman Jackson, an appointee of President Obama, held several things, including that President Obama had clearly falsely claimed an executive privilege, probably based on being misled by then Eric Holder, the Attorney General. And in fact, 10,000 plus documents were turned over to the United States Congress. The then Attorney General had lied. The then Attorney General, Eric Holder, had lied to this body and to the chairman of the committee, and ultimately was held in contempt on a bipartisan basis with 12 members of the other party voting for that contempt. And after a long period of time, we managed to get the equilibrium this body deserves. I call, Mr. Speaker, on this body and all my colleagues today to live up to the standard that we learned in 2007 when a White House, then of a Republican, refused to deliver a witness. Then in 2012, when the Attorney General claimed that we were not entitled to the best documents we sought, we were entitled to the documents related to Fast and Furious that he believed were appropriate. He failed, and he failed based on a judge appointed by then President Obama. Why? Because this body does have the obligation and the right to seek all of the best evidence it believes, not that the other side believes, it believes. There's been no call for an in-camera review, no call for any kind of compromise. Once again, we're to take the word of an Attorney General working for the current president that there's nothing there. I watch a lot of television over the years. I am not going to believe these are not the droids we're looking for. This, in fact, could be important evidence. Whether it is or isn't germane. What is important is that this body live up to, in fact, its obligation. And I call on every member, those on the other side who did or didn't join with me in 2012, but who voted in 2007 to hold the White House in contempt, to consider whether once again we're balancing the power and the right of this body, and many are arguing against the best interest of the United States House of Representatives. And for that, Mr. Speaker, shame on those who do. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This contempt vote is MAGA Republicans' desperate attempt to save face following their many failed investigations, including the one about Hunter Biden's laptop. Y'all remember that? They promised Trump and the American people that they would impeach President Biden, but after spending more than $20 million investigating conspiracy theories, MAGA Republicans have nothing to show for it. This do-nothing Congress can't pass legislation to help the American people and also can't prove any wrongdoing by President Biden. They're running out of time and they are desperate. Plus, their own presidential candidate, Donald Trump, just became a convicted felon according to a jury of his peers. So MAGA Republicans are trying to shift the blame to someone else. Even though the Justice Department produced more than 92,000 pages of documents and made dozens of witnesses available, Republicans have made Attorney General Garland their scapegoat. This is a farce, and the American people can see right through it. And with that, I yield back.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to my colleague and neighbor from California, Mr. Kiley.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a textbook example of the executive branch obstructing the oversight function of Congress. The committees of jurisdiction here have clearly set forth the legal basis for compelling disclosure of President Biden's interviews with Special Counsel Hur. Now, the administration has agreed with us inasmuch as they have produced the transcripts of those recordings. However, they have grasped wildly for some basis on which to withhold the recordings themselves. And most telling is that they've given contradictory reasons for doing so. At first, they said they weren't going to hand over the recordings because they were cumulative of the transcripts, meaning they were so similar to the transcripts that we didn't need them. But then later, they've argued that, in fact, they are so different from the transcripts that one is privileged and the other is not. When you have self-contradictory arguments being made, that is a sign that the true purpose here is obstruction. But perhaps the most absurd argument we've heard is the supposed interest asserted by the administration for withholding the recordings, that disclosing them might discourage witnesses from cooperating in future high-profile investigations. In this case, the president is not merely a witness. He is the target of an investigation by his own administration. And by the way, Special Counsel Hur testified before our committee that based on that investigation, a reasonable juror could have voted to convict President Biden. So what is the administration arguing the interest here is? That if somewhere down the line there might be another president who is subject to an investigation by his own administration, and the argument goes that if that president knows that the transcript will be released, he'll sit for the interview, but if he knows there's a chance the recording might be released, he won't cooperate. This is an absurd proposition, Mr. Speaker, certainly not sufficient to override the legitimate oversight interests of the House of Representatives. Frankly, this is not how we would like to be spending floor time, but the recalcitrance and obstruction of this administration has made it necessary. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
I reserve.
Fellow from California reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New York. Mr. Speaker, this contempt resolution is the latest attempt to tear down our democracy. The Department of Justice has cooperated with congressional Republicans at every turn. But after 92,000 pages of documents, more than a dozen transcribed interviews, and a 250-page transcript that was verified, my colleagues still aren't satisfied. They are doing this in service of one man, the disgraced former president, in a misguided attempt to distract from his crimes. On May 30th, a jury of stranger citizens found Mr. Trump guilty of 34 felony charges. It is beyond disheartening that a former president and now potential presidential candidate again was convicted of coordinating a, quote, unlawful conspiracy to win in the 2016 election and falsifying records to cover his tryst with an adult porn star. I'm grateful that the rule of law prevailed, yet I am deeply concerned that our democratic institutions are under threat. Some of these attacks coming from within. Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan said a kangaroo court convicted President Trump. Speaker Johnson called the trial a purely political exercise. Mr. Trump apparently pities himself as a so-called political prisoner. All this to tear down our Americans' faith in the rule of law. Contrary to his complaints, Mr. Trump was tried and treated fairly. Justice was served in a courtroom that was open and filled with reporters, and a jury that was chosen by the prosecution and the defense. This is the rule of law at work. Political rhetoric and deliberate misinformation, the likes of these and dangerous many others, erode faith in our institutions and threaten the safety of the American people. These attacks undermine the rule of law, which stands to protect the rights of all people. When Attorney General Merrick Garland was before the Judiciary Committee,
Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. When Attorney General was before the Judiciary Committee, he described his career upholding the rule of law. In his own words, that meant ensuring that, quote, we treat like cases alike, that we do not have enemies or friends, that we do not pay attention to the political parties or the wealth or the power or the influence of the people we are investigating, that we follow the facts and the law. This is what distinguishes America from our adversaries. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
The gentleman from New York has 8.5 minutes. The gentleman from California has 6.5 minutes.
Thank you. I reserve.
Chair again will remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the presumptive nominees for the office of president. The gentleman from New York reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman from California. I thank the Speaker. Listening to my colleagues discussing the rule of law, I find it shocking because the average American is looking across their country wondering what happened to the rule of law. When I watch my fellow Texans getting destroyed by dangerous cartels and individuals being allowed into the United States, terrorists, people moving fentanyl into the communities that killed 6 kids in the school district in which I live. That's happening every single day. When I watch a 75-year-old woman being put in prison by a politically motivated judge in the District of Columbia because she protested in front of an abortion clinic. I want to say that again. This Department of Justice is putting a 75-year-old woman in jail for 2 years who is dealing with physical infirmities because she was praying and protesting in front of an abortion clinic. That is astounding. That is what has happened to the rule of law. The American people watching while statues are being defaced in the name of being pro-Palestinian, people exercising their so-called free speech rights to be advancing the cause of terrorism against our friends in Israel, all happening right here, mere feet from the White House. The American people are wondering how this world got turned upside down. And here we sit and we're debating this issue. And the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, came before the House Judiciary Committee just a little over a week ago. And in that hearing, a number of questions were asked. And I engaged with the Attorney General. And I asked the Attorney General, did he or did he not claim privilege with respect to the transcripts of the audio recording in question when we were talking about Special Counsel Hur looking into the allegations of the abuse of classified materials by the President of the United States before he was president. And I asked him, and he said, no, we did not claim executive privilege with respect to the transcripts. In a separate exchange involving the best evidence rule, the Attorney General is engaging with another colleague, a friend on the Judiciary Committee, about the best evidence rule, and in doing so, articulated and explained how the transcript was admissible under the best evidence rule, which is correct. But in doing so, he kind of gave up the game in which he described and said, they're the same. He said to the committee, he said, they're the same. Now, he just told me that they did not claim executive privilege with respect to the transcript. Then he said to all of us, they're the same. The audio recording and the transcript are the same. And then he proceeds to say that he must, in defending the rule of law, claim executive privilege on the actual audio, and then deny the members of Congress the ability in the middle of an impeachment inquiry, duly constituted, voted on by this body on the House floor, an impeachment inquiry, to then deny us the ability to listen to the audio. The fact of the matter is, there's only one reason why the Attorney General would do that. He doesn't want us to hear it. That's why. And there's really only 2 reasons why that would be the case. Either the transcript doesn't match the audio, or the audio is so bad that he doesn't want us to hear it because Special Counsel Hur put the entirety of his decision not to prosecute, not to pursue, not to go after the President of the United States for abuse of classified materials. He did it entirely on the basis of what we perceive as the demeanor of the President, which only the audio can allow Congress the ability to determine the validity of that determination by the Special Counsel. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Vermont, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're here today because of the Republican Party's unrelenting effort
to get Donald Trump back into office. No matter the facts, no matter the law. For over a year, the Judiciary Committee, Republican colleagues, have desperately sought evidence for wrongdoing by President Biden. And what have they found? Nothing. Nothing. I'm sure it was disappointing for my Republican colleagues when Special Counsel Hur cleared the president instead of indicting him. But it is time to move on. We should be on the floor moving gun violence legislation, protecting the right to abortion, protecting the LGBTQ Americans across the country who are attacked relentlessly by my colleagues on the other side. This is a colossal waste of time, but more importantly, it is dangerous. What they are doing is dangerous. When this Congress is over, the only achievements my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will be able to point to will be the things that we, as Democrats, helped them to pass. 30
Mr. Speaker, I
seconds.
yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
It is my job, it is all of our jobs to represent the constituents. I thought that's what we were all here for. I implore my Republican colleagues to stop putting the interests of one man above the interests of Americans. The truth will out, and history will not look kindly on what you have done here. I yield back.
To direct the remarks to the chair.
Again, nobody else?
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close when the gentleman from New York is exhausted as speakers.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend. Mr. Speaker, if he gave true serum to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I'm pretty sure they would admit they'd rather not be here today doing this. They'd admit that Attorney General Merrick Garland is collateral damage for a failed effort to impeach the President of the United States. There's no honor in this, and my colleagues are, for the most part, I think, honorable people. So this is not something they want to do, but it's demanded of them nonetheless. Former President Trump has repeatedly threatened the House Republican Conference that they must impeach President Biden, quote, or else, unquote. So here we are, finding the Attorney General in contempt for providing a transcript, a full transcript, but not an audio recording of an interview from an investigation that ended up finding nothing. Oh, and by the way, the recording in question is now subject to executive privilege. So the fight's not even with the Attorney General of the United States, it's with the White House. I take some solace in the fact that many of my Republican friends and colleagues are here doing the dirty work of one individual against their will and better judgment. I know deep down, very deep down, they'd rather do the honorable thing and give up this miscarriage of justice today. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close when the gentleman's finished.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans have spent the last 18 months in a futile effort to dig up dirt on President Biden, which has culminated in their epic failure of an impeachment inquiry. This resolution is nothing more than a desperate attempt to save face with the MAGAsphere. They seek to hold the Attorney General in contempt, even though he has already turned over all the underlying information they requested in their subpoena. This resolution will not change that fact. But facts have never been the animating force behind their investigations. It is a show, and apparently the show must go on, even though the script hasn't turned out the way they wanted. But the reviews are in, and it's a flop. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution and to put an end to this farce. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the American justice system is the pride of our nation. It's the envy of the world. And its central principle is equal application of justice under law. This is why justice is depicted as blindfolded. It doesn't matter who comes before it, all are to be treated equally. It is this central principle that gives the law its legitimacy. Without it, the law becomes raw force, devoid of legitimacy. The respect for the law gives way to the law of the jungle. This is the well-trodden path that many nations before us have taken to despotism and ruin. It's the responsibility of the House Judiciary Committee to protect the rule of law and its equal application. It is our responsibility to guard our nation against the convulsions that have commonly afflicted banana republics whenever a ruling party tries to jail its opponents. The radically different handling of the documents cases involving Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden should ring alarm bells in every corner of the land. The principal justification for this radical, unequal application of law is the interview that the Judiciary Committee seeks through ancient constitutional prerogatives. It is vital that we understand the whole context of this decision, to verify the accuracy of the transcript, and to determine the extent that this conversation informed a decision that strikes at the heart not only of our rule of law, but the right of the American people to guide their own destiny through fair, free, and unfettered elections. Congress has a constitutional right and a constitutional duty to seek this information, and the Attorney General has a legal obligation to provide it, an obligation he refuses to honor. This Congress has enforced this prerogative in past cases under far less demanding circumstances than these. In order to assure that we have discharged our responsibilities, we have to compel the Attorney General to discharge his, and that's what this citation seeks to do. I urge its adoption and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of House Resolution 1292 is postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material in H.R. 8070.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1287 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of House Resolution 8070. The Chair appoints the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of the bill H.R. 8070, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield myself as such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
For the first time in decades, this year's defense bill carries a different short title. It's the Service Member Quality of Life and National Defense Authorization Act. We did that to underscore the tremendous gains this bill makes toward improving the quality of life for our service members and their families. No service member should have to live in squalid conditions. No military family should have to rely on food stamps to feed their children. And no one serving this country should have to wait weeks to see a doctor or mental health professional. But that's exactly what many of our service members are experiencing, especially our junior enlisted personnel. This bill goes a long way toward fixing that. It includes a 20% pay raise for junior enlisted. It expands allowances for housing and food and improves the cost of living calculation. The bill authorizes $766 million over the budget request to improve existing barracks and build new ones. It enables the services to pursue public-private partnerships to provide better unaccompanied housing. The bill reduces dangerous health care wait times by waiving referral requirements for specialty care and expanding the number of DoD doctors and nurses with special recruitment and pay authorities. The bill improves access to child care for military families by providing over $206 million to build new DoD child care centers and fully funding child care fee assistance programs to offset the cost of private child care. The bill helps military spouses gain and retain employment by making it easier for them to transfer professional licenses between states. It also gives the DoD the authority to quickly hire military spouses and keep them employed during changes in duty stations. We are making these historic improvements in the quality of life of our service members because now, more than ever, we need to recruit and retain the best and brightest. That's because the threats our nation faces, especially those from China, are more complex and challenging than at any other point in the last 40 years. To deter those threats, the FY25 NDAA reforms acquisition authorities and fosters private sector innovation to speed the fielding of game-changing new technologies that will give us the advantage in a conflict with China. It strengthens our security partnerships with Taiwan and Pacific allies. It fully funds the modernization of our nuclear deterrent, protects the U.S. military bases, the defense supply chain, and academic research from Chinese espionage. It builds the logistics network in the Pacific the military needs to carry out operations against China. And it includes new investments to retool and revitalize the industrial base to ensure it can deliver the systems we need to prevail in any conflict. In the face of the growing threats from China, it's also critical we restore our military's focus on lethality. The FY25 NDA does that by ending divisive policies that have hurt unit cohesion and military readiness. We all know that deterring these threats will be an expensive endeavor, but we acknowledge there are limits as to what we can spend. That's why this NDA is focused on rooting out waste in the DoD. If weapon systems are not responsive to the threats we face, we cut them. In fact, this bill includes over $30 billion in savings from cutting systems that can't survive in a conflict with China and by reining in programs like the F-35 that are not delivering on requirements. I want to thank the ranking member and his staff for their tremendous work in putting this bill together. This is a truly bipartisan bill. It passed out of committee 57-1. It executes on hundreds of hours of bipartisan oversight conducted by members and staff over the past few months. It will help revitalize the defense industrial base. It will build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force we need to deter China.
and it will provide historic improvements in the quality of life of our service members and their families. I urge all members to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume. First of all, I want to really thank the chairman as well as the staff, both on the Republican and the Democratic side, and our bipartisan staff for the process to date. As the chairman noted, we produced a very strong bipartisan bill out of committee. It passed by a vote of 57-1 and addressed a number of key concerns to our national security. And a lot of work went into that. I always lose track of the exact numbers, but well north of 1,000 amendments were considered in committee and in the Rules Committee. The staff sifted through all of those and really helped produce that product. That is not an easy job. We are blessed on both sides of the aisle, both on the Armed Services Committee and on the Rules Committee, with an outstanding staff, and I want to really thank them for their work in producing this product. And the number one highlight of the product is what the chairman mentioned, is the focus on quality of life for our service members and their families. We impaneled a group, a task force, to examine quality of life issues, led by Don Bacon on the Republican side, Chrissy Houlihan on our side. And they really did a remarkable job of doing outreach to service members, their families, veterans, and listening to them about what do you need, what is most important to make sure that you have everything you need to take care of your family. And certainly one of the biggest issues was pay for junior enlisted. We upped that pay by 19.5%, which is a pretty dramatic number, but it reflects the need that those service members face in the current environment. We also focus on child care, which is a crucial need, building more child care centers and eliminating the backlog of people waiting to get access to child care. Because we all know that what makes our military the best in the world is not any of the equipment, it's the people who serve. We need to take care of the people who serve, and we need to take care of their families as well. That is the crucial part of the military. That's what this bill does better than any bill that we've ever done before in this committee, and one of the many reasons why this bill is so important. It is also crucial, as the chairman pointed out, to modernize and update our military. We are in a rapidly changing environment. We have seen that in the war in Ukraine. We saw that in the war in Azerbaijan and Armenia. Drones, counter-drone, the ability to protect your information systems and make vulnerable the information systems of your adversaries are now absolutely crucial to fighting. We have to be able to upgrade that. I really want to compliment the chairman. We've worked in a bipartisan way to make sure that we can upgrade our technology more quickly, to work with those companies who are developing the most innovative technologies so that we can field them quickly, get our warfighters what they need in a timely manner. And then there is the matter of production. We have seen this in the war in Ukraine. We and our allies need to be able to produce more of the critical ammunition and weapon systems that we need to fight. And we are making progress. I think that the Biden administration, and particularly under Secretary Austin, the coalition that was pulled together in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine is remarkable. North of 50 countries are now working together to help defend Ukraine, but also crucially to build up the partnerships and alliances and to make sure we have enough weapons to be an adequate deterrent to our adversaries. That process is going well. More needs to be done. This bill helps move us forward in that direction. This bill also focuses on oversight, as the chairman mentioned. We want to free up the military to buy the systems they need by making sure that we don't continue to spend money on systems that they don't need and that we exercise proper oversight. I want to particularly highlight the F-35 program. It has been a vexing and difficult program that has been over budget and underperforming for far too long. In this year's bill, we pare back on the number of F-35s purchased and put that money instead into making sure that we can get the F-35 that we're paying for, that they can reach the Block 4 that has been so elusive so many years. That is the crucial part of the job we do. So I think we've put together an excellent product. I am deeply concerned about the amendment process that will play out over the course of the next couple of days, but we'll see how that plays out. The one point I do want to make on this, an area of contention has always been diversity. The other side has been critical of what the Department of Defense has done to try to recruit the most diverse people possible. I will say much more on this throughout the amendment process. But look, we need to be able to access all the talent in this country, not just white men, okay? We need to recruit women. We need to recruit from communities of color. We need to recruit from the LGBT community. That is crucial to making sure we have the talent we need. I hope that this bill doesn't undercut those efforts as we go forward. As passed out of committee, as it stands right now, this is an outstanding piece of legislation, and I strongly urge everybody to support it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Colorado, the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Lamborn.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
And thank you, Chairman Rogers. I rise today in strong support of the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. This bill prioritizes our military, safeguards their rights, and puts forward a fighting force that will stand against the threats facing the United States of America. As chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, I believe this bill continues the tradition of bipartisan work for which our subcommittee has been known. This bill supports the ongoing efforts to modernize America's nuclear deterrent and the laboratory and production infrastructure managed by the Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration. Additionally, the bill starts to address some of these risks that were taken on by the Biden administration by partially restoring funding to the SM-3 production line, which is part of the Aegis system that so successfully defended our ally Israel against Iran's ballistic missile attack earlier this year. Finally, it requires the Space Force to budget and plan to integrate cutting-edge commercial systems. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to support this bill as it directly affects so many thousands of service members and their families that live in the 5th Congressional District of Colorado, which is home to 5 major military installations. I commend the work of this year's Quality of Life panel, led by Representatives Bacon and Houlihan, which resulted in sweeping and long overdue improvements for the well-being of our service members and their families. As I stand here today, I want to note that this is the last time I will have the opportunity and the honor to speak in favor of this critical annual legislation. I urge my colleagues to keep a close eye on the horizon, where there are storm clouds gathering, and remembering that passing this bipartisan legislation is part of our constitutional duty to provide for our common defense. To that end, I strongly encourage a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the HASC Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, for what you do each and every day, something we can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, this bill continues the Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee proud bipartisan tradition and our commitment to shared responsibility, tough choices to manage strategic risk. And particular thanks to my TAIL chairman, Whitman, and our staff who work together day in and day out in an incredibly bipartisan way. When we look at some of the challenges ahead of us, we look to the markup that we had just a few weeks ago to see how things can work correctly when we work together. And we hope we stay on track for that, certainly as we go through this amendment project. This bill addresses the risks, the cost of military modernization without sacrificing oversight and ensuring responsible execution of our defense program. I just want to mention 2. First, the F-35 fighter, the most expensive program in the history of DoD, and one that consistently struggles to deliver capability as promised. This committee bipartisan bill adds new requirements to fix these known problems and capabilities that we need now, as the contractor has promised. Our bill does not waste taxpayers' investment on production aircraft, but will add to the large number of fighters that are not being used right now, sitting on the ground, waiting and waiting and waiting. Second topic is our munitions, as we heard just a few minutes ago. The multi-year procurement authorities, coupled with the strong investments in our munitions accounts, sends a strong signal to our industrial partners. And I'm proud to be part of that work that the subcommittee has done over the past several years to be there. And finally, I want to thank the professional staff, Jay Valerio, Dave Sinecki, Heath Bope, Michael Curlin, Max Huntley, and Brooke Albred. And just to take a moment, because this will be the last NDAA for Bill Sudi, who has spent 27 years on the Hill contributing in an incredibly important way. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Indiana, the chairman of the Military Personnel Subcommittee, Mr. Banks.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a strong NDAA, and I urge my colleagues to support it. It includes many important priorities that are essential to protecting our national security. It remains a must-pass legislation to care for our service members and their families. There are enormous wins in this bill for our service members and their families, starting with a 19.5% pay raise for junior enlisted service members. It increases access to specialty medical care, expands child care programs to reduce wait lists across the country, and it ensures our service members receive 100% of their housing costs through their basic allowance for housing. We must continue as well to gut the woke bureaucracy at the DOD, and this bill does that. It contains many provisions, including a requirement that all military personnel actions are based on merit, without regard to race or color or sexuality or your political views. There is a ban in this bill on affirmative action at our service academies. By the end of this week, I expect this bill will also include more important provisions like a hiring freeze on all DEI personnel, a ban on overpaid chief diversity officers, and a complete ban on funding for critical race theory across the DoD. This bill builds on the foundation of last year's NDAA, curtailing the impact that this administration's woke leftist policies can have on our troops. But as we have seen just this week with the Air Force in Korea authorizing the wearing of pride patches on Air Force uniforms, or how a Dodia school in Bahrain honored a known anti-Semite and activist on their Facebook page, DEI and leftist politics in the Biden Pentagon is still firmly entrenched, and we must do something about it. Mr. Chairman, this bill is a huge step forward to supporting our service members and their families. It is our promise that they receive the pay and benefits necessary to focus on their mission, that their children are cared for and well educated. We can't do enough to make sure that that happens, and this bill goes a long way to do it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces, Mr. Courtney of Connecticut.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 8070. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution mandates that Congress shall provide and maintain a Navy. The Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee work clearly met that mandate, thanks in large part to the great leadership of my friend and chair of the subcommittee, Trent Kelly. The biggest challenge our subcommittee faced stemmed from the Navy's proposal to eliminate a Virginia-class submarine from the FY25 budget. This is a sharp deviation from the 2 per year procurement rate Congress has authorized and funded for the last 13 years, and coming on the heels of last December's passage of AUKUS authorities to sell 3 submarines to Australia, screamed out for the subcommittee to exercise its constitutional duty of review and oversight. First, our analysis found that the Navy's attempt to shield supply chain vendors from the impact of a cut falls short. It leaves out hundreds of critical suppliers whose investment in on-time deliveries has been identified as the #1 strategy to reduce construction delays. For these suppliers, cutting procurement means cutting orders for business. That is a cure that worsens the problem. It doesn't fix it. Our professional staff confirmed that the Navy's plan needs an additional $1 billion to achieve its stated goal of avoiding vendor instability and hesitancy. Mr. Speaker, all of us are concerned about construction delays aggravated by the pandemic. But the subcommittee also recognized momentum that's happening in real time in the submarine industrial base. The 24th Virginia-class submarine, USS New Jersey, was delivered 2 months ago, and the Iowa and Massachusetts are slated for delivery by the end of this year. Idaho and Arkansas will follow shortly after with deliveries in 2025, bringing the program total to 28 submarines. In the New England shipyards, the production cadence has accelerated to 1.4, up from the COVID dip of 1.2. As a result of all this, our bill takes a different path. It heeds the calls from our combatant commanders and builds on the surge in deliveries by restoring a second Virginia-class submarine to the Navy's shipbuilding account and fully resources the supply chain. Under the able leadership of Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith, this bill passed 57-1 out of the committee after bipartisan input from all members, an extraordinary achievement in this very polarized time in Congress. Hopefully, all the members of this chamber will work to maintain that successful approach and not load up this bill with divisive amendments. I also want to give special thanks to the talented committee staff for their outstanding work. I urge all members to support the committee's intent to focus on strengthening defense and rejecting the obvious poison pills that undermine the 63 bipartisan tradition of passage of the NDAA. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Sea Power Subcommittee, Mr. Trent Kelly of Mississippi.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 2 minutes.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8070. This legislation is crucial for enhancing our national security, improving the quality of life for our service members, and ensuring the readiness of our armed forces. I want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith and my good friend Joe Courtney and the members of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee for their dedication. Your commitment is essential for maintaining America's naval superiority. Today we face significant threat from China, a hostile adversary seeking to disrupt global peace. China's military expansion poses a direct threat to the Indo-Pacific region. To counter this threat, we need to maintain the strongest and most formidable Navy force on the planet. This legislation addresses these concerns directly. It funds a second Virginia-class submarine, reinforcing our undersea dominance and providing critical strategic deterrence. Additionally, it supports 6 battle force ships, invests in the shipyard industrial base, and demands consistency in the Navy's 30-year shipbuilding plan, allowing industry to invest with confidence. This bill also prevents the early retirement of 2 guided missile cruisers, meets the congressionally mandated floor of 31 amphibious ships, and authorizes funding for a domestic new-build sea lift program. H.R. 8070 makes significant strides in improving the quality of life for our service members by authorizing a 19.5% pay raise for junior enlisted and a 4.5% increase for all others, addressing the financial struggles many military families face. Attending to the deteriorating condition of military housing is long overdue. This bill authorizes substantial funding to tackle housing maintenance, to construct new family housing units, and to renovate existing barracks, ensuring service members have safe and dignified living conditions. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this great bill. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations, Mr. Gallego of Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to express my support for H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act of fiscal year 2025. I would like to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership in bringing this bipartisan legislation to the floor. This bill strengthens our national security by ensuring the Department of Defense has the right resources and authorities to defend the nation, not only today, but also in the future. In this era of great power competition, the bill both addresses the challenges our potential competitors and adversaries and further strengthens and builds the crucial partnerships and alliances to deter them. I'm also proud of the work of my subcommittee. The Intelligence Special Operations piece of this bill ensures that our Special Operations Forces and defense intelligence capabilities and enterprises have the authorities, force structure, and people they need to accomplish their mission. The bill also improves security cooperation efforts, including in the Baltic region, and extends an existing authority to engage partner militaries on defense-related environmental and operational energy issues in areas like the Indo-Pacific. I'm also proud to have secured important wins for Arizona, which play such a crucial role in our nation's defense. We are requiring DoD to report on the cybersecurity of critical infrastructure, like local water systems, and authorizing additional funding for infrastructure and communication upgrades at Air Force combat ranges. This bill is certainly not perfect, but it was voted out of committee on an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote. It is my hope that this bill can remain bipartisan and devoid of the extreme policy riders that put our national security at risk and harm our service members. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to a very special member of our committee who not only chairs the subcommittee on cybersecurity, but also was the chair of the task force that spent last year studying the quality of life issues that our military families have been struggling with, and help put together the package that we have in this year's bill that addresses those issues. That's Mr. Bacon of Nebraska.
How much time does the gentleman yield?
2 minutes.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for putting this great legislation together and navigating the ship to a good spot. And I appreciate the opportunity to serve on those two committees. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. The 2025 NDA prioritizes the service members and the military families who dedicate their lives to protecting and defending the United States by making their quality of life the cornerstone of this legislation. The bipartisan bill includes a targeted 19.5% pay raise for the junior enlisted, improves basic needs allowance and housing allowance, supports military spouse employment, and makes necessary investments in military housing, child care, and schools. I'm extremely proud of the hard work and oversight conducted by the Bipartisan Quality of Life panel that I had the honor of chairing this past year to address all these critical issues impacting our service members. By voting for this bill, each of us had the opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the all-volunteer force, the foundation of America's military strength. In addition to supporting service members and families, this year's NDA also makes strides in bolstering the United States' offensive and defensive posture in cyberspace. It promotes innovation. It makes investments in critical technology areas like biotechnology, quantum, and artificial intelligence, and secures our sensitive military research from adversarial interference. This year's NDA also advances critical partnerships between our universities, military service, and combatant command, including the United States Strategic Command and the University of Nebraska. We want to develop the next generation of military technologies. These partnerships are critical to developing the scientific and technological workforce and talented pipelines needed to secure the United States' technological edge now and in the future. We have a strong NDAA. It's a bipartisan bill that supports our service members. It modernizes our fighting force and assures U.S. forces are well equipped to fight and win for competition to conflict. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation, Mr. Khanna of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Ranking Member Smith for his leadership. I also want to thank Chair Rogers for the fair way he conducts the committee. We should be debating how much money to spend on defense and whether we're getting our money's worth. It's no secret that I believe it should be a lower number, but I recognize that that's a valid debate that this committee should have. What I don't understand is some of the amendments that have nothing to do with defense that are being introduced into this bill. Amendment 55, for example, prohibits the Defense Department from paying for the sick leave or travel for service members receiving an abortion. Amendment 51 prohibits the DoD from using masks to combat a pandemic. Amendment 49 prohibits the Defense Department from providing or approving pride flags. Amendment 47 prohibits even the teaching of affirmative action. Now, this one you wonder, what does this have to do with defense policy or keeping our country safe? Amendment 22 prohibits the DoD from buying electric vehicles or chargers. Talk about big government being prescriptive. Amendment 44 directs the Confederate Memorial to return to the Arlington National Cemetery. Mr. Speaker, my hope is that this committee could debate the top line of defense and what we need to do to keep our country safe, and that we not bring these cultural divisive issues into supporting our troops and into keeping America the strongest country in the world. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Subcommittee on Intelligence, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of H.R. 8070, the Service Member Quality of Life National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. I would like to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership in bringing this critical piece of bipartisan legislation for our national security of our nation to the floor for the 64th consecutive year. This bill continues to provide resources and capabilities to counter our nation's #1 threat, China. The Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee portions of the bill accomplish this by ensuring the Defense Intelligence Enterprise, the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, and our Special Operations Forces have the tools required to execute the Department's efforts in strategic competition, and in countering malign Chinese actions. There is more work to be done, though. This bill is far from perfect and requires compromises from both sides, but it is an overwhelmingly bipartisan bill that supports our service members and their families by including the recommendations of the Quality of Life panel to include a 19.5% pay raise for our junior enlisted and a 4.5% pay raise for all other service members. More importantly, it provides our service members with the resources to accomplish the task our nation asks of them. This is a critically important bill and essential to our national security, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Military Personnel, Mr. Kim of New Jersey.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bipartisan bill that passed out of the committee includes some incredible support for our service members and their families. The bill includes a 19.5% pay raise for junior enlisted service members and a 4.5% pay raise for all other service members, and reverses a 5% reduction in basic allowance for housing. These provisions mean more money in service members' pocketbooks and more food on the table. The bill also fully funds child care fee assistance programs to eliminate wait lists and expand on the ongoing success of spouse employment programs by making permanent the Military Spouse Career Accelerator pilot, which provides employment support to military spouses through a paid fellowship with employers across various industries. It is no secret our armed forces are facing an unprecedented recruiting crisis. So we're asking the department to take a second look at how medical treatments, conditions, and medications are evaluated. Finally, the bill addresses the ongoing health care needs of service members and their families by waiving fees and copays on the TRICARE dental program for all members of the selected reserve. We bring this bill to the floor to show in a bipartisan way that our country is determined to support our service members and their families, that we support readiness and recruitment efforts that are proven to work, and that we support service members no matter who they are. I urge my colleagues to reject poison pill policy riders that could destabilize this important work and not put the partisan politics over the well-being of our service members. Promoting a strong national defense and taking care of our service members are bipartisan issues. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Subcommittee on Readiness, Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. Mr. Chairman, the bill we see before us is a bipartisan package. It enhances readiness, it increases security, and it improves desperately needed infrastructure that has been badly neglected by this Pentagon. And most importantly, it puts our service members first. The Readiness Subcommittee, of which I have the honor of chairing, has included more than $1.1 billion for quality of life initiatives. This money will provide critical funding for barracks in particular, which, Mr. Chairman, are in a dire state. And to be candid, Mr. Chairman, I mean, we literally have barracks with black mold growing in it, with feces on the wall, with ceilings caving in. It should be an embarrassment to every one of our service secretaries. And we have yet to see anyone in the Pentagon fired for this deplorable state of our service member barracks. Well, Mr. Chairman, if the Pentagon and this administration won't act, this Congress will. This bill will. It will improve our barracks. It will improve our aging infrastructure. It will provide transparency to how our facilities are sustained. And that is key. with more details into how these funds are actually spent, with oversight with Congress holding the military departments accountable. They will be forced to adequately budget and plan for the upkeep of our facilities that our service members so badly need. As chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee, I've also focused our efforts on ensuring the Department of Defense is ready to fight with contested logistics in the Pacific. Mr. Chairman, we haven't had to do that since World War II. Frankly, I think we are taking our logistics infrastructure for granted, but we now have an adversary in the Chinese Communist Party that can contest it, that could go after it, and we have to be able to project forward and defend those assets. This bill will do that, and the bill authorizes over $650 million in Indo-PACOM priorities that were left unfunded by the president's budget. I don't know why the president left our priority theater unfunded to the tune of $650 million, but I know this bill will go a long way to fixing that oversight. It also fully funds military exercises with our allies.
Gentleman's time has expired.
The Department of Defense eliminate reliance on Russian energy for our installations, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves?
Reserves, yes.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve at this time.
Gentleman reserves? Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I'd like to yield 90 seconds to a friend and colleague from my committee, Mr. Gates of Florida.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the NDA, which is admittedly a work in progress. We've seen in prior years the conference process produce even more wins for our military families, like the paid family leave. It's my hope that we'll look at restoration of rank and back pay for service members who were forced out. But the wins in this bill for military families ought to inspire every member of this body to vote for the NDAA, and I would particularly draw attention to the investments in child care. I hear about child care at almost every installation in the country I visit, and the investment we're making in over $200 million brings us directionally correct caring for those military families. It's critically important to vote for. I would also point to the boost in compensation for our junior enlisted, and also the over $600 million investment in housing. When we take care of these quality of life issues for our military families, we see a direct positive impact in our readiness, in our retention, in our recruitment, all the things that I know unite us in a bipartisan fashion. We should vote for this bill, and then we should continue our great work to make it even better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I continue to reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to Mr. Whitman of Virginia.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman for yielding. And, you know, this bill comes at a really crucial time for our nation. Along with many of my colleagues that were at the commemoration of the 80th anniversary of D-Day invasion there in Normandy, France, we should all be reminded of the sacrifice that we ask of each of our service members as they work hard every day to protect our nation. This bill puts a primary and bipartisan focus on the quality of life for our service members and their families. It includes a 19.5% pay raise for our junior enlisted. The bill also fully funds military housing, which is critically important these days. This bill also requires that service members be promoted on their abilities, not on contrived bureaucratic initiatives. For these reasons, it's not surprising that a multitude of key military organizations, including Blue Star Families, Military Officers Association of America, and the National Military Families Association, all support this bill. This bill also provides meaningful reform on the Joint Strike Fighter program and supports necessary future capabilities like Next Air Generation Dominance aircraft and the ballistic missile submarine in the Columbia class. Those things are all critical. It's not surprising that this bill was reported from committee on a resounding bipartisan vote of 57-1. Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith should be rightly congratulated for delivering this bipartisan bill to the floor today. Additionally, I want to congratulate my colleague and friend, Ranking Member Don Norcross. We worked on the most contentious issues together, and our product was an impressive bipartisan subcommittee mark. Finally, I want to thank the entire subcommittee staff, including Dave Sinecki, Heath Boat, Michael Carlin, Max Huntley, Jay Valario, and Brooke Allred for their particular and intensive effort and support on this bill. My friends, it's simple to vote against any bill offered here in the House. Voting no is easy. But if you vote against this bill, you are voting against the military service members who provide our nation the want and will to sacrifice their lives on behalf of this nation to preserve the liberties and freedoms that are the foundation of this republic. I thank the chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Good job. Thank you. Gentleman from Alabama Reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama Reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I continue to reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank the chairman for his leadership in crafting such a powerful defense bill that takes transformational strides to improve the quality of life for our service members. As a former service member and as a father and father-in-law of active duty members, I understand how truly important this is. This year's NDA also ensures that Texas' 13th congressional district is at the heart of supporting our military. It takes steps to designate a new Air Force Technical Training Center of Excellence, which Shepherd Air Force Base is well positioned for. The bill improves the quality of life for our service members and their families living in Wichita Falls, while also helping to get the T-7 program back on track. This bill provides key support for our employees at Bell Helicopter in Amarillo and will significantly modernize the Pantex plant. Last, I want to give a special thank you to my defense fellow, Travis Clay, for his outstanding work in my office this year. Travis brings invaluable experience to the team as a Navy pilot, and the United States Navy is lucky to have him. Once again, I can't stress how important this year's NDA is to our national security of our country. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this NDA, and with that, I yield back.
And I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Rogers. I appreciate this opportunity. I rise in support of this National Defense Authorization Act, H.R. 8070. The Service Member Quality of Life Improvement National Defense Authorization Act. Look, this year we have focused under the leadership of Chairman Rogers on three major components: enhancing U.S. deterrence, countering China's aggression, and improving the quality of life for our service members. And I think if I had to concentrate on one, it's that quality of life issue. I've been fortunate enough to be on the quality of life panel led by General Don Bacon. We are boosting compensation, improving housing, ensuring access to medical care, enhancing support for military spouses, increasing access to child care. We have a recruitment and retention problem, Mr. Speaker, in the military, and we are working to make things better, to give our service members and their family the respect they deserve, and to try to increase our retention and recruitment. China's aggression is the greatest national security threat to America today, and to deter China and other adversaries, we're investing in key platforms like the B-21 Stealth Raider, which will eventually be housed at Whiteman Air Force Base. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes for the NDAA. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve. Gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Chair, but I have no more speakers and prepared to close whenever you are. So I reserve for the moment. Thanks.
I have no more speakers that are. Where is he? Okay, I have one other speaker.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. A young man by the name of Caleb Smithers, his dream was to serve in the United States Army. All of his childhood, he got the chance to serve. Literally months into his service, his training at Fort Bragg, he had a serious accident. And because the safety protocols weren't there to check on a soldier who had such a serious injury, because there weren't accountability measures for private contractors for healthcare services to the Army, this young man ended up dying. I think his life could have been saved if those protocols were in place and if the accountability measures were in place. And I think the Secretary of Army has all but affirmed that. And so this provision would put those things in place, or would expect that the Army does, and we would defer to their best judgment on how to do it. And so this young man's life, and his mother here, Heather, who has worked diligently, relentlessly, with the unconditional love for her son, that not only would his spirit live on of service, but would actually save the lives of other soldiers who would find themselves in the same predicament. I think we all care about our soldiers, our sons and daughters in uniform, and that we would want the abundance of precaution so that we would prevent this from happening. Those checks, by the way, in the future, if this should pass, would be called Smitties after Caleb Smithers. And I ask my colleagues for their support. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'm prepared to close if the ranking member is as well.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of our time. I really don't have a lot more to add from my opening statement. I think we have produced an excellent product out of committee. I just want to mention one thing, and that is I think it's really important. We have passed the NDAA 64 consecutive years. Sorry, I lost track at this point. 64. And there's a reason for that. It is one of the most important things that we do here in Congress is to give the support to the men and women who serve in our military to defend this country. We take that job very seriously on a bipartisan and bicameral basis. We work together to make sure we produce a bill that supports the men and women who serve in our military and puts our country in the best position to meet its national security needs. I believe, again, that we've done that. I don't love everything that came out of the committee bill, but then you never do. But I think we worked in a bipartisan way and produced an excellent product. I would urge members to support that. I would also urge members to reject any of the amendments that will make this needlessly divisive. And I will say, we do not have a woke military. And frankly, I am offended every time I hear members come down here and claim that we do. We have the best fighting force in the world, and if you talk to the men and women who serve, they will tell you that they work very well together and they deal with the challenges they face in a way that would make us all proud. What we do have is an effort to make sure that we include everybody in the military, that we recruit from across the country, from across diverse populations, that we include women in a meaningful way in the military so that we can take advantage of the talent that women would bring to the military and do bring to the military. So I hope we will not go too far down the road of denigrating our military as being somehow woke and weak. It is neither. We need to continue to support it in the excellent job that the military does and the men and women who serve and their families who support them do for our country. So I urge us to support this bill, reject divisive amendments, get us the bipartisan product that we produced out of committee. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields the balance of its time. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized. Alabama, sorry.
We all talk the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank the ranking member, my friend, Mr. Smith, who has been an outstanding partner. And the Democrat staff has been very, very good to work with in fashioning this bill in a bipartisan fashion with our Republican staff. And I want to thank them for doing that once again. I take great pride in the fact that our country, for 63 years, consecutive years, has found a way to pass the National Defense Authorization Act, no matter which party's in the majority, no matter which party's in the White House, and that speaks well of our country. I want this to be the 64th year that we do the same thing. Our national security is about to be challenged in ways that we have never imagined. The bill before us today will go a long way toward preparing our industrial base and our warfighters to overcome those challenges. I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-36, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118551, is adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as an original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118551 and amendments in block described in Section 3 of House Resolution 1287. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments in block consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments in block shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 40 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as the designee of the gentleman from Texas, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume. This amendment would require the Air Force to begin restoring nuclear capabilities to the B-52 bombers that had this capability removed under the New START Treaty. The treaty expires in 2026, and the prospect of Russia coming to the table for serious arms control discussions is incredibly unlikely. So we need to be prepared to face a nuclear environment without any treaty limitations. That's what this amendment does. It takes reasonable steps to ensure that we are prepared for a future threat environment that is more competitive and unconstrained by treaties. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and yield the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I yield.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. We'll be brief on this, but this is a requirement that DOD at the moment doesn't want to do. For the uninitiated, B-52s are not all nuclear capable because there are limitations within the START Treaty, which is still in existence, even though it may not be in a little while. Department of Defense is not interested in doing this. What they're interested in doing is investing in the B-21, which is the next generation nuclear capable bomber. This would cost a great deal of money. Also, they are currently trying to extend the life of a number of B-52s out to 2050, which they're confident they can do. This would be another added expense to that. I think we should look at this issue a little bit more before we require the Department of Defense to go down that route, and I would urge a no vote. And with that,
does the gentleman yield?
I just wanted to make sure. But yes, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H.Res. 1287, I offer amendments in block.
The clerk will designate the amendments in block.
En bloc, consisting of amendments numbered 2, 3, 7, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 25, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 59, 60, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, and 117, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-551, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 1½ minutes to the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1½ minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chairman for once again working so hard to put together a national defense authorization that we can all be proud of to secure our common defense. As co-chair of the bipartisan, bicameral Abraham Accords Caucus, I rise in support of Mr. Panetta's and my amendment number 102, which establishes an exchange program for U.S. and Middle Eastern experts on AI, cyber, counterterror, air defense, and more. The U.S.-Israel relationship is the linchpin of Middle Eastern security. The stability and prosperity our partnership brings to the region convinced Arab nations to take the courageous and unprecedented step of normalizing relations with Israel. But China, Russia, and Iran, the new axis of evil, see this achievement as a threat. They want to undo the Abraham Accords, and they will plunge the region into further chaos to do so. We cannot let this happen. For a peaceful, prosperous future for the region, Israel and its friends must draw closer together. The U.S. must strengthen ties between Arab partners and Israel. This amendment builds on the success of the Defend and the Maritime Acts, important laws that our caucus championed that kickstarted cooperation between the United States, Israel, and our Middle Eastern partners on maritime security and air missile defense. I urge my colleagues to support Amendment 102, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
And I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Alabama reserved. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just speak in favor of the en bloc package, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Bober.
I need instructions.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk on bloc. Or do you just want me to speak on it? Sorry, I was going to offer it a different way.
The gentlewoman is recognized to speak on the amendments on bloc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which prohibits the Department of Defense from contracting with entities that are engaged in a boycott of the State of Israel. Last October, Israel faced an unprecedented attack by Hamas. Since then, they have been fighting for their very right to exist against a terrorist group that has committed brutal and horrific war crimes. Hamas is responsible for slaughtering babies, using children as human shields, raping Israeli women, executing parents in front of their children, and children in front of their parents. These brutal acts of terror are often praised by my colleagues on the left. This is disgusting, and it is absolutely wrong. I believe in standing with our allies. America's closest ally is Israel, and I have stood with them through countless attacks from the radical left. The boycott, divest, and sanction movement promotes anti-Israel and anti-Semitic sentiments around the world, and U.S. tax dollars should not be supporting entities that advocate for this disgusting practice. The BDS movement is anti-Semitic. It is an anti-Semitic cancer, even, that has spread throughout our college campuses and has been promoted by the Hamas caucus on the left. Anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. reached a record high in the last year. The Anti-Defamation League tracked 8,873 anti-Semitic incidents in the United States in 2023, the highest number of incidents reported since the organization began tracking data in 1979. Our Department of Defense should not be contracting with anti-Semitic entities or encouraging their behavior.
Time has expired.
I yield.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from California, Mr. Obernolte.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the en bloc, which contains 3 of my amendments to this year's National Defense Authorization Act. The first of my amendments would direct the Air Force to investigate new technologies for the mixing of propellant for solid fuel rocket motors in order to increase the diversity of our supply chain. The second amendment would direct the Department of Defense to investigate new production sites for rare earth element minerals, many of which are sourced from countries that are amongst our geopolitical adversaries. The third amendment would direct the Department of Defense to make recommendations to improve home-based businesses on remote military bases like the ones in my district. Together, these amendments will make our military a better place to serve in and further enable them to improve their mission of protecting our country. I'd like to thank the chairman for including my amendments in the en bloc, and I urge adoption of the en bloc. I yield back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I continue to reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I encourage my colleagues to support the en bloc package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I urge support of the en bloc package and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment, which would prevent funds from being used to build or rebuild anything inside of the Gaza Strip. Let me say that in a couple of simply plain ways. Americans should not be funding the rebuilding of the Gaza Strip whenever this war should come to a conclusion, which we don't have any indication of when that will be. We should not be paying to build new infrastructure within the Gaza Strip should this war come to an end. Not a port, not a building, certainly not a terror tunnel, which has been used, certainly not a building which could be used to house those that are held captive by the various terrorist organizations there, not just Hamas, but Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, Lion's Den, Fatah. It's very likely that any group that should take control of the Gaza Strip following any military operations there still has ties to terrorism and still believes that there should be no existence of a Jewish Israeli state. In that, I will just say again one more time, I rise in support of my amendment, which would prevent any funds from being used to build or rebuild anything inside of the Gaza Strip, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment for several different reasons. First of all, it's not 100% clear on what exactly constitutes funds to build or rebuild. This body did just approve a month or so ago a large package that included humanitarian assistance to deal with the war in Gaza. I would not want this to restrict that. And if it's not meaning to restrict that, there are no funds in the fiscal 25 budget to rebuild in Gaza. So it's restricting something that isn't happening. But more broadly, I think the entire argument behind this amendment is misplaced. We have to have a future for the Palestinian people if there is going to be peace in the region, and crucially for the purposes of this debate, if there's going to be any sort of peace for the people of Israel. I do not believe it should be our policy to simply destroy Gaza and leave it in a state of absolute disrepair. I don't think that will serve anybody's interests, certainly not the Palestinian people living in Gaza, but also not Israel. There has to be a future here. There has to be an alternative to Hamas and all the other terror organizations that the maker of this motion lists. If you don't create that, if you don't create some kind of future for the Palestinian people, then you will have a perpetual conflict, not just between the people of Gaza, but between the large number of people who support them. We have already seen Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the Iran be vastly more belligerent in their attacks against Israel because of what's going on in Gaza. If you don't build some kind of future for the Palestinian people, there will be no peace and security. And if you vote for this amendment, what you're saying is Gaza should never be rebuilt. We do not care about that. We spend billions of dollars supporting Israel, and I support that. I think we need to support Israel's right to exist, and I agree with the maker of this motion that is one of the largest problems going on in Gaza right now. Hamas refuses to recognize that, as do too many other groups. But we also need to have an alternative to Hamas. We need to have some kind of hope going forward. This approach says no. We're not going to do that. I think it'll lead to further instability in the region and put Israel at greater risk. And I would urge members of this body to reject this amendment.
Does the gentleman reserve?
And I reserve whatever time I have left.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is an argument made by the opposition just now that what we're saying is there should be no rebuilding of Gaza. And that's not what we're saying at all. Gazans can rebuild Gaza. Any other country that wants to participate in rebuilding Gaza at some point can participate. What I'm saying is not $1, not 1 ounce of gold bullion, not €1, not one anything coming from the taxpayers of the United States of America, not our taxpayers. They should not be burdened with rebuilding Gaza. The Americans should not have to pay for rebuilding infrastructure in Gaza. When do we get to rebuild American infrastructure? Why don't we prioritize that? And Madam Speaker, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. If it is in our interest to send billions of dollars, we send roughly $4 billion a year. We just approved another, I think, $14 billion a year in military aid to Israel. That is money coming out of taxpayers' hands. Presumably, those tens of billions of dollars could be spent on infrastructure here in the U.S. And a wide variety of other needs we have in the U.S. If it is in our interest to send those billions of dollars in military assistance to Israel, and again, I believe that it is, then it is also, potentially at least, in our interests to build greater security in Gaza and elsewhere for that matter, to make sure that we don't have to have as much military aid, we don't have to have the wars and the fights that go on. It just doesn't make sense to argue that we should send $20 billion in military aid or whatever the number is, but oh heavens, we couldn't possibly do anything to make sure that Gaza can rebuild itself so that there is greater peace and stability in the Middle East. So again, I think this amendment is misguided. I urge members to reject it, and I yield whatever time I may have left.
The gentleman yields the remainder of his time, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I inquire how much time I have remaining?
3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was an accusation just made by the opposition that we should rebuild Gaza because if it's in the interest of America to support the Israeli military, then it must in turn be in our interest to rebuild those that the Israeli military is fighting against. That to me seems very nonsensical. It seems very counterproductive, especially as much of what is being spoken of is going on in the midst of war. I would ask this body of representatives, of course not all representatives are present in this room, does anybody in here want to say that Gaza is America's ally? And I don't hear anybody speaking up. And I've asked this question before. I've not heard anybody on the floor of the House say that Gaza is America's ally. I doubt the opposition will stand up and say that Gaza is America's ally. They are absolutely at war with one of our major and best allies anywhere across the globe. So the idea of rebuilding or building, even as we speak or in the future, our non-ally who is at war with our great ally, to me is nonsensical, especially as our non-ally is currently holding Americans hostage and was very active in participating in killing Americans, killing Israelis, killing others on October 7. This didn't begin on October 7. It's gone on for years and decades, and it's not likely to end anytime soon. So in that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time, but I am prepared to close.
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
Madam Speaker, I would say this in closing. American tax dollars do not need to go to Gaza to rebuild it. American tax dollars need to stay in the United States of America for Americans. And I urge support of my amendment, which would prevent any funds from going to build or rebuild anything within the Gaza Strip. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 6, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-551, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Eurosatory is France's biggest defense exposition, and it's also the largest international expo for the land and air defense and security. If it attracts the attendance it did in 2022, over 60,000 professional visitors and over 250 official delegations from 96 countries will be represented. More than 70 Israeli companies were scheduled to participate in this year's expo, including large Israeli defense firms like Israel Aerospace Industries and Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, which work together to make Iron Dome, and which have extensive partnerships with American defense firms. Another would be Elbit Systems, which also has a relationship with the American subsidiary that has provided our military with aviator-integrated helmets and night vision equipment. Events like Eurosatory are especially beneficial to smaller Israeli firms that benefit from massive exposure. However, just last week, the event organizers announced that at the request of French authorities, Israeli firms were no longer welcome. The French Armed Forces Ministry said that conditions are no longer suited to welcome Israeli companies to the French show, in a context where the president is calling for Israeli operations in Rafah to stop. The expedition, is worth pointing out, welcomes firms from such bastions of humanitarianism like China, Pakistan, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. In China's case, it's richly ironic given Beijing's ongoing genocide of the Uyghur Muslim population. Predictably and unfortunate, Mr. Chairman, we're unable to find any condemnation from the international community for such genocide. France is attempting to use the Defense Expo to bully Israel from protecting its own national security against some of the world's most heinous terrorists. It is widely immoral, and the French government should apologize for embracing anti-Semitism. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. And anyone seek recognition? Yeah.
I rise the claim, the time in opposition, though I'm not opposed. Yeah.
Objection. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Right. I have no particular enthusiasm or opposition for this amendment, so I don't urge opposition, but I just really don't have anything more to say than that. So I will yield back the balance of my time and let the gentleman handle it.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his kind words. While American defense firms can continue to participate in the exhibition, maybe it would help if federal agencies should not lend any U.S. support for France's outrageous behavior by participating as exhibitors. I don't think that would be something that France would want. I think the U.S. participation is important. I also think that Israeli participation is important. With that, I ask adoption of my amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise as the designee of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-551, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As mentioned, I rise on behalf of my good friend, House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington, and his amendment that would prevent funds from this bill going to transport Palestinian refugees to the United States of America. The primary mission of the Department of Defense is to ensure the defense and the security of the United States. Allocating resources to transport Palestinian refugees does not align with the mission of protecting the United States. The Department of Defense budget is already stretched thin with numerous global commitments and responsibilities. Diverting funds and resources to humanitarian efforts outside of its core mission could undermine the readiness and the effectiveness of our armed forces. The defense budget is finite and must be prioritized towards enhancing our military capabilities, maintaining our military defense infrastructure, and supporting our service members in uniform. The transportation and resettlement of refugees involves significant logistical and financial burdens that could detract from critical defense initiatives. According to recent reports, the U.S. military faces ongoing budgetary pressures, including modernization needs and addressing emerging threats. Any diversion of funds could exacerbate these challenges. There are valid security concerns associated with the resettlement of refugees from conflict zones. The vetting process for refugees is thorough, yet it is not infallible. Ensuring that individuals with potential ties to terrorist organizations do not enter the United States of America is paramount. The U.S. has a responsibility to its citizens to prevent any risk of infiltration by hostile actors. Historical precedents have been shown that even with rigorous screening, security breaches can occur, posing significant risk to national security. While the humanitarian needs of the Palestinian refugees are undeniable, these should be addressed through appropriate channels such as international aid organizations specifically designed for such purposes. These entities are better equipped and experienced in handling refugee crisis and can operate without compromising the primary mission of the United States military. In conclusion, the transportation of Palestinian refugees by the Department of Defense is not strategically sound, financially prudent, or a secure course of action. I urge my colleagues to consider these points carefully and to ensure that the defense budget remains focused on its essential purpose, the defense and the security of the United States of America. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
I rise to claim the time in opposition and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is actually an amendment that was defeated on a bipartisan vote in the House Armed Services Committee. There are no plans for the Department of Defense to participate in any resettlement process at this point. It is possible that it could come up, and that could be something that would be necessary and helpful. So precluding it doesn't really make a lot of sense. We have in the past, in different sets of circumstances, certainly in Afghanistan, had some DoD assets participate in the resettlement of refugees, some aspect of it. There will never be a situation where the Department of Defense is in charge of this sort of operation, but it is conceivable that assets within DoD could be used for that purpose. And to block that off entirely doesn't make sense. I think the Department of Defense and the broader executive branch should be allowed to determine whether or not refugee resettlement is in their best interest. It is certainly not inconceivable that in certain circumstances refugees from the war in Gaza could benefit and could benefit us to help them be resettled through a refugee process. As the gentleman noticed, there is a robust vetting process within that. But more than anything, the general tone of this amendment and the previous amendment that we had, not the previous, the one before that, about rebuilding in Gaza, seems to take the opinion that every single Palestinian living in Gaza is an enemy of the U.S. and an enemy of Israel. I think that's wrong, and I think it's incredibly dangerous. Hamas is doing more damage to Palestinians than anybody right now. We need to find allies and partners within the Palestinian community if we are going to get to peace. And if we treat every single last one of them as an enemy of the U.S., we are A, wrong, and B, putting ourselves, and crucially Israel, who's a lot closer to the issue, in greater danger than we need to. So to pass an amendment that is biased and somewhat bigoted against Palestinian people, to deny this possibility, I think undermines our interests in a wide variety of ways. And I would urge this body to do what the Republican-controlled House Armed Services Committee did and defeat this amendment. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire how much time I have remaining?
2¼ minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was brought up by the opposition that there's no plans as of yet, to transport Palestinians back to the United States of America. But then there was a long speech that was given outlining how this could potentially happen in the future, and we shouldn't prevent it from happening. I believe that, again, we are just on opposite sides of this issue. We should prevent this from taking place on the dime of the American taxpayer, transporting those that voted for Hamas as their popular government, that were Hamas not likely to be their government, then it would probably be another terrorist organization such as Fatah or Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade or another group that is dedicated to not seeing Israel as a Jewish state and in turn quite dedicated to the destruction of the United States of America and our ideals. And I will go back to something, since the previous debate was brought up, that I brought up in the previous debate. I have not heard anybody in this body as of yet say that the people of Gaza are an ally of the United States of America. And as such, we should stand strong, stand firm with our ally Israel, not transport our non-ally who is at war with our ally into our country, and make sure that no resources are being used to do so. And I will reserve the balance of my time, but I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time, and the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I would not say at this point in particular Gaza is an ally of the U.S., clearly they are not, I do not believe that Gaza is an enemy of the U.S., which is what's clearly being implied here. And yes, obviously, while I say there are no plans to do this, that is a recognition of the fact, I oppose this amendment because if an opportunity were to present itself, I can see it being in the U.S. interests to relocate some refugees from Gaza to the U.S. Completely blocking that out puts us in a position of saying we are the enemy of all Palestinian people. Again, I don't believe that we are. I don't believe that all Palestinian people see us as an enemy. And to view it that way, I think puts us in a very, very dangerous position and puts Israel in a very dangerous position. There are plenty of people in Gaza, plenty of people in the West Bank, plenty of Palestinians that we can work with to build a better, more peaceful future. To totally block off any possibility of that, even while recognizing the current conflict, and again, strongly support Israel, strongly support them in this fight against Hamas. No question about that. But what this amendment and the other amendment seems to do is to suggest that we are against all the Palestinian people and there is no hope for them whatsoever. And I think that's wrong. So again, I think we should reject this amendment. I reserve balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would reject the idea that because we should not allow Palestinians into the United States of America, that there is no hope for them. America has a great history of addressing any problems within our country and building and rebuilding and fighting to make our own country great. And I believe that the people of any other country should work to do that within their own borders as well. I would also encourage this body to very much remember this. It's very loosely thrown around, the term innocent Palestinian civilians. Of course, there are innocent Palestinian civilians, but we live in a world where so much of the media and Hamas and others want us to believe that because somebody is under the age of 18 or over the age of 45 or a female, that we should assume they are an innocent Palestinian civilian just because they're not wearing a black hood and a green bandana of Hamas. And that is not the real world. And Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired, and the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of my time. And I think, as the gentleman admitted, certainly there are some Palestinians who are not enemies of ours. And if they needed our help, we should put ourselves in a position to help them. This amendment forecloses that possibility. And that's the whole thing, in all instances. And yes, we will absolutely vet anybody. The refugee process does not say just because you're under 18, there's no vetting, or just because you're over 5, or just 45, or just because you're a woman, there's no vetting. There is a vetting process. Whether or not this ever happens, I don't know. But passing an amendment to completely foreclose the possibility, I think, is a mistake. And I would urge members of this body to vote no. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
On that, I would request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. The chair understands that Amendments 9 and 10 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise as a designee of the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with an urgent plea: vote to safeguard the freedom of expression in the United States from the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP. My amendment aims to curb CCP censorship of American films. Now, Hollywood isn't only a time capsule of American culture, but it is not just a time capsule. It is, give me one moment here, as I find the remainder of what I'm looking for. There we go. Hollywood is not just a time capsule. It is a place that quite often takes what is going on in the world and portrays it to the entire globe for many years to come. When the CCP demanded that the Taiwanese flag be removed from the iconic jacket of Tom Cruise's character Maverick, which he wears in Top Gun, the studio initially capitulated. That was forever emblazoned in time. The studio initially capitulated on that, but eventually stood its ground and kept the flag. That was a result of patriotism. One of the highest grossing releases of 2022, with a list of accolades a mile long, including an Oscar. We need more studios like that willing to put Beijing in its place. We see that there are Uyghur Muslims held in concentration camps. Disney decided to film the live-action version of Mulan in Xinjiang, also at the behest of CC film censors. Disney changed a Tibetan character in Doctor Strange to a Celtic character. This kind of cowardice is basically profit for something that I would call being pathetic. And that's why I'm fighting to pass this amendment, just like we did in last year's NDAA, to make sure that Hollywood tries better to show the patriotism that the United States of America has always been known for. I guess that'd be the best way that I could put it. Be the Hollywood that has the back of the United States of America. If Hollywood had given dictators the ability to censor films over the last 80 years, we would be short of many of the classics that America has come to love. We may not have the same outcomes in some of the conflicts. So, Madam Speaker, I would say if movies are one of our greatest exports, and they should represent American principles and principles that unite our country, and in that, Madam Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Any members seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this bill, which is blatantly...
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I strongly oppose this bill, which is blatantly counterproductive to U.S. interests in our strategic competition with China. Nearly identical legislation was marked up in the Foreign Affairs Committee last year with unanimous and vigorous opposition from Democrats. This measure would undermine one of our key advantages in the competition with China, soft power. Instead of investing in bolstering this advantage, my Republican colleagues are bent on undermining one of our biggest cultural strengths, American artists, storytellers, and filmmakers. This bill is a knee-jerk reaction to the perennial tension inherent in our relationship with China of when our openness meets closed societies and anti-democratic governments. In these cases, do we say the problem is the openness and not the actions of the government seeking to erode it? Do we respond by trying to effectively ban our companies from these markets and decimate their ability to operate there? The majority frames competition with China as an ideological battle. Yet they wage this competition by trampling over the very principles that uphold the system they purport to defend. When we start viewing our strengths as weaknesses because they don't look like our competitors, we start to become the very thing we are working to oppose. But most concerning about this amendment is that it helps the CCP achieve exactly what it wants. It wants to cut its citizens off from the outside world and have them consume Wolf Warrior 2 instead of Mission Impossible. Why would we aid the CCP in its goal of removing American cultural influence on its people by urging Hollywood to stop showing its films in China? And why would we not want to actively support and aid an industry that is sharing American stories with the people of China? In trying to be anti-China, this bill somehow becomes pro-CCP. Forcing U.S. companies out of the Chinese film market only benefits state-sponsored Chinese studios whose propaganda will have a monopoly on the Chinese audience. It will eliminate one of the most powerful mechanisms for illuminating the weakness of the PRC's authoritarian model and showcasing the appeal of openness, democracy, human rights, and freedom of expression. Not to mention the thousands of American actors, writers, and production workers in my district whose livelihoods will be caught in the crosshairs of this legislation, which impacts my constituents more than anyone else. Hollywood is about telling stories that showcase our promise and open doors for empathic thought, and they are pretty good at it. So why would we tie their hands? We should be working to help American films reach Chinese audiences on freer and fairer terms, not working to punish and shut down our own industries and disadvantage our workers. Therefore, I strongly oppose this measure and urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. I'm reserving.
The gentlewoman has the only time remaining.
Okay. Yes, closing remarks. I yield.
The gentlewoman yields back the remainder of its time, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 18 will not be offered. Is this right? I have Russian dollar and it's Chiproy. It is now in order to consider amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I rise as the designee of the gentleman from Pennsylvania, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. I do rise on behalf of Mr. Reschenthaler for an important amendment, I believe, that prohibits funds to require travel or transportation under the joint travel regulations for uniformed service to be in a zero-emission vehicle. Now, the issue here is the joint travel regulations implements policy and laws to establish travel and transportation allowances for uniformed service members, Department of Defense civilian employees, and others traveling at the DoD's expense. The joint travel regulations have been trying to promote EVs and other sustainable choice service members to be more green. Now, this amendment, like others that I'm going to offer in my own name, is about restoring the Department of Defense's focus on its actual mission, which is, to carry out war and engage in battle, to kill people and blow stuff up. That's why they exist. The Biden administration's inserted climate politics, as well as all manners of woke social engineering politics, into all aspects of the Department of Defense, weakening its mission, weakening its focus, weakening morale. But importantly in this context, piling up more pressure for EVs that are piling up on lots. Hell, you've got half the rental car companies that are trying to sell off their fleets of EVs because the entire world recognizes the truth, which is they are ineffective for most Americans to be able to carry out their daily lives. And so we're trying to say, hell, get in an EV in Austin, Texas and drive to Midland, except I can't do that. I have to stop. More importantly, they're expensive. In fact, a lot of the rental car companies are getting rid of these vehicles because their costs to repair in a collision are greater. The extent to which they are more difficult to maintain, greater. All of these things are making it difficult for people to engage in commerce, for people to be able to afford their daily lives. And now we're using the Department of Defense to promote more of this kind of agenda. Now you say, Chip, it's like an $800 billion whatever authorization. You've got this massive Department of Defense. Why focus on such an issue where you've got these, requirements in the travel requirements and policies that they go use certain vehicles? Because our men and women in uniform are tired of being used to advance a social engineering experiment. Hell, they can barely afford to live on this planet as it is. And then they want to try to carry out their lives and go travel, and they got to go look at some checkbook of crazy, radical social engineering policies that are undermining our economy, making their lives more difficult, making our Department of Defense less able to carry out their jobs. By the way, you're actually making it to where China gets empowered, all while you're making sure that we continue to have child labor being exploited in the cobalt mines in Africa so that rich white liberals can pat themselves on the back saying, look at me, I drive a Tesla, aren't I important? Aren't I really, just the good-natured liberal that I am, happily running around in Unicornville, destroying the average American's ability to afford their way of life and undermining our military in the process? So I gladly stand up in defense and support of Mr. Rushenthaler's amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. And for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
Rise to speak to the amendment.
And
yield myself as much time as I need.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is a solution in search of a problem, as there is currently no effort underfoot or planned to require the use of zero-emission vehicles as part of official travel. But the term zero-emission vehicle is very broad, broader than just electronic vehicles. It includes some hybrid electronic vehicles, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, and any new technology that would replace fossil fuels currently or in the future. And it also would ban things like bicycles and sailboats. And this amendment is written so broadly that if someone went to a rental car company to rent a car and the only thing available was a Tesla, they might not be able to get reimbursed for it, which I don't think is something that we should be micromanaging the Department of Defense, how it does its transportation reimbursement policy. Again, this is a solution in search of a problem. But this is part of House Republicans' broader attack on any effort to address climate change, and they want to divorce climate action from readiness. But we have heard time and time again, particularly from leadership in the Navy, that climate change has an impact on readiness. And the Department of Defense is a contributor to climate change. And so any effort to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels, any effort to reduce the carbon footprint of the military should be rewarded, should be encouraged, and not proactively prohibited in such a broad way that is counterproductive. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chair. Who benefits from this rush to green, so-called green policy? China, one of our greatest geopolitical adversaries. China accounts for 63% of the world's rare earth mining, 85% of rare earth processing, 92% of rare earth magnet production, 67% of global lithium supply, 73% of cobalt. By the way, again, they get their cobalt and they're relying on child labor to do it. 70% of graphite, 95% of manganese. By the way, what is China doing? While the United States military is busy reducing quote-unquote greenhouse gas emissions through crazy policies like this, they're building more coal plants. China's building 2 coal-fired plants a week. We're building none. China has nuclear power. We've built 1 frigging nuclear reactor in my lifetime, and I'm 51 years old, because we're stupid. Literally, we're so stupid you can't even put it into words, that we're allowing our adversaries to have abundant, reliable power, and we're trying to have our guys running around having to go check, oh my gosh, let me look at my checklist. I got to have an EV. I got to make sure I'm an EV. Oh, that'll do a lot for climate change. While China's pumping out massive amounts through all of their CO2 producing coal-fired plants all over in China. I reserve.
In reserves, and the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, one thing that we have learned in Virginia is that an all-encompassing approach to energy policy is smart, that it is good for national security, that it is good to have energy independence here, and that includes electronic vehicles, that includes wind power, solar power, and not just a myopic view that the only fuel available is fossil fuel. I grew up, I'm a child of Generation X. So I remember Schoolhouse Rock basically saying, energy, we're going to use it all up. And the more we can move to renewable energy, that's just good common sense. It's good energy policy. It is good transportation policy. It is good for national security. But again, no one has said to anyone in the military, you can only use a zero-emission vehicle. They're not planning to do it. This is an amendment in search of a problem that is counterproductive and could cause harm unintentionally. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, look, the bottom line is service members are going to be left stranded thanks to this policy hidden in the DOD's joint travel regulations having to deal with advancing an agenda. That's what we're trying to avoid. We want the Department of Defense, our military, to be focused on its core mission. Nothing more, nothing less, and we want our service members to be able to go out and carry out their lives without being encumbered by bureaucracy. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We can agree that we want our service members to focus on their job and be ready to do their job. And we know that climate change is having an impact on readiness. We have heard it time and time again. As temperatures rise, it affects our service members. As sea level rises, it affects our Navy. We got Navy Station Norfolk that is going to be subject to multiple major storms every year. And when it rains, there is a street that goes right down the middle of it that floods and bisects the naval station in two. We cannot keep our head in the sand on the impact of climate change on readiness. They're directly related. We need to focus on how to fix that, not look for solutions to problems that don't exist. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back her time, and the gentleman from Texas yields back his time. And the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Okay. Okay. It is now in order to consider amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment would basically say that no funds should be authorized to or to be appropriated in this act or otherwise made available for the Department of Defense for fiscal year 2025 may be used for electric vehicles or electric vehicle charging infrastructure. My amendment would ensure that no funds are authorized in this year's NDAA to be used on electric vehicles or electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Electric vehicles made up about only 7.6% of U.S. car sales in 2023 and remain a very small percentage of all cars nationwide. And the reason why that is because they're not popular, they're not practical, and none of Americans' hard-earned tax dollars should be used for our military to be forced onto electric vehicles. Automakers continue to report millions of dollars in losses on electric vehicles. They have already begun scaling back pronounced investments in electric vehicles to production targets more in line with consumer demand, and remember, that's less than 10%. CNBC reports Ford Motor, General Motors, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, Jaguar Land Rover, and Aston Martin are all scaling back or delaying their electric vehicle plans. On Earth Day in 2022, a day not traditionally associated with the grand national security pronouncements, Biden said, "We're going to start the process for every vehicle in the United States military. Every vehicle is going to be climate friendly. Every vehicle, I mean it. We're spending billions of dollars to do it." Energy sector Granholm said the Biden admin set a 2030 target to switch all non-tactical military vehicles to electric. That's quite the opposite of what my colleagues across the aisle are saying. Our military, our Department of Defense, is for the defense of the United States, and their mission goal is to protect our national security, not to play climate politics. It is absolutely ludicrous that as we continue to waste our precious military resources in Ukraine, Joe Biden wants the military to rely on China, which is on track to control a third of the world's lithium by 2025, and to provide the materials for electric vehicles. China currently produces over 80% of the world's batteries. We don't need Americans' military to be dependent on China's batteries. Forcing the military to adopt unreliable electric vehicles will endanger the lives of service members and weaken our ability to defend ourselves from attacks. It also will waste money on an already failing industry that Americans just do not want to take part of. My amendment will ensure this charade is no longer funded. Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. And for what purpose does the gentleman rise?
I rise to claim the time in opposition and yield myself 2 minutes.
Okay, the gentleman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. This amendment would effectively ban electric vehicles and ban any effort to use them. Now, I will certainly agree that we are a long way off from having all electrical vehicles, but that's not what we're debating here. We're debating whether or not this should even be an option within the military. First of all, from a readiness standpoint, having options is always a positive thing. Energy is enormously important within the military. Having access to it can be difficult. And if you have electric vehicles as an option, that gives you one greater option so that you don't necessarily have to rely on fossil fuels to power a vehicle going forward. But more importantly, the basic debate over global warming, and that's what it is more than climate change, comes down to the belief that digging up fossil fuels from below the ground and burning them is bad for life. There's considerable evidence of this. It is placing carbon in the atmosphere that is damaging to the planet, and we need to develop alternatives so we are not 100% dependent upon fossil fuels. That's the basic plan here, to save the planet. Which is actually kind of important to all of us, certainly to members of the military and certainly to the defense of our country. So eliminating this as an option goes in the exact wrong direction. Now, the gentlelady is correct. It is an industry that is still struggling. The fossil fuel industry, the internal combustion engine, has a well over 150-year head start, has been very thoroughly subsidized across the board. But if you build more charging stations, if you build more electrical vehicles, it becomes more affordable and more viable. That's the entire point of this. This isn't going to happen tomorrow. We're not going to build all electric vehicles tomorrow. But why wouldn't we want that option to preserve our planet and move forward? An outright ban on electric vehicles within the military does not make sense. I urge members to oppose this amendment, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Examples of the electric vehicle funding in this bill text are Joint Base Andrews, microgrid with electric vehicle charging infrastructure for $17.92 million. Joint Base Andrews is only 10 miles outside of Washington, D.C., in Maryland. This is the very base that if there was an attack on our nation's capital, Joint Base Andrews would be responding. Are we going to have to sit around and wait for our military members at Joint Base Andrews to charge their electric vehicles to come into the nation's capital to defend us in case of an attack? I don't think the American people want to spend almost $18 million for that. Joint Base McGuire-Dix Lakehurst in North Carolina is another example of funding. Microgrid with electric vehicle charging infrastructure of $17.73 million. And another enormous waste of money. At a time, Madam Speaker, where military recruitment numbers are at an all-time embarrassing low, Americans do not want to spend money to play climate politics. If we're going to spend more money on our Department of Defense, on our NDAA, why don't we pay military recruits more money instead of paying for electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging stations? That is an embarrassment, and I think it's an insult to the American people who work very hard to pay their taxes. Another little fact that everyone needs to know is there's a problem with electric vehicle charging stations. They don't always work. As a matter of fact, a recent number that came out is 1 out of every 4 electric vehicle charging stations do not work. So this is an investment into a system that isn't reliable, isn't proven, and is a massive waste of the American people's money.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member Smith. I have good news in that the NDAA does include a raise for our service members, which is long overdue, but we can multitask. And for all of the reasons that Ranking Member Smith said, it's important that we work to save our planet, because if we don't, it will have longer-term and short-term national security implications and implications for the readiness of our service members, which we heard in committee time and time again. But in addition to the climate benefits, EVs emit less noise and heat, so they're harder for our enemies to detect. They improve responsiveness and flexibility and decrease our reliance on fossil fuels so that should fuel supplies ever be compromised or slow, our armed forces will still be able to respond because they have more options available. And yet, Republicans want to play politics with climate, not the Democrats. We are working to address climate change. We are looking to respond to climate change and make sure that our military remains ready and does not continue to contribute to global warming itself. As written, though, this amendment doesn't just block the DoD's adoption of electronic vehicles. It prohibits maintenance of existing EVs and charging infrastructure, or the potential installation of infrastructure that's already been secured but are subject to a servicing contract. Why in the world would we tie the hands of our military to maintain what they already have? That's just dumb. I don't understand why we're doing it. We shouldn't do it. Previous NDAs have contained provisions that addressed reasonable concerns related to the DoD's adoption of EVs, including ensuring grid stability, proper phasing of support infrastructure, and resiliency planning. That's not here in this amendment. And the notion that EVs contain Chinese component parts and therefore are more of a threat than traditional internal combustion engines is specious. That argument could be used for every battery found in every vehicle, every phone, every computer, and almost anything that has a battery the DoD uses. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Georgia. Expired. The gentleman from Washington.
Self the balance of our time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. The biggest issue here is we keep hearing about climate politics. It's not climate politics, it's climate policy. And I've reminisced about this before, but back in the 2008 campaign, Republican nominee John McCain and his vice presidential nominee, Sarah Palin, were in favor of addressing climate change. It was a bipartisan agreement. But then Barack Obama had the nerve to get elected president and pursue those policies, and all of a sudden it became partisan. All of a sudden we decided that the planet isn't in fact warming, isn't in fact a problem, so we're just not going to worry about it anymore. But that doesn't change the basic facts that it is warming, and fossil fuels are contributing to that, and developing alternatives is going to be crucial to our national security going forward. This isn't politics, this is basic policy. And the lengths to which people opposed to these basic facts will go never ceases to amaze me. Like the argument that, oh my gosh, we can't have electric vehicles come to our aid because they'll be sitting there uncharged. Let me assure you that as basic readiness, they will be charged in the same way that the gas tanks are currently full. Okay? It is not impossible to have electric vehicles work and function for us. They're doing it all over the world. Please reject this amendment and understand the need to get us to a more sustainable energy future. Time's expired.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair.
For what purposes, the gentleman?
I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Washington requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 23, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Chairman, I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which protects defense-related activities from the aggressive use of the Endangered Species Act. This amendment would curb the Endangered Species Act's application in areas used for national defense-related operations and prohibits the Secretary of Interior from designated areas necessary for military operations as crucial habitats. Compliance with environmental laws has created restrictions on how DoD manages, plans, and conducts training exercises on its installations. According to DoD, 85% of Army installations have threatened or endangered species present. 2 million acres of Army training and testing lands have training restrictions in place related to stringent ESA requirements. These restrictions, when applied, harm our readiness and our mission. I'll elaborate in a moment, and for now I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does a gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But before addressing this amendment, I'd just like, as a 46-year automobile dealer, no longer involved in the family business, but still close to my family, I'd like to point out that 1 in 6 new vehicles sold in America last year was an electric vehicle. Every one we get is sold right away. And I don't see any of the manufacturers having much problem with that. There's a new statement out from the administration this morning that American consumers saved $1 billion in purchasing electric vehicles last year and are anticipated to save another $2 billion in maintenance costs and gasoline costs in the lifetime of that vehicle. We're moving in the right direction very swiftly, not as swiftly as we'd like, but still very swiftly. But Mr. Speaker, as co-chair of the Congressional Endangered Species Caucus, I rise today in opposition to Amendment 23 of the National Defense Authorization Act offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. I'm shocked that we are considering this unpopular amendment once again after it was brutally defeated on this House floor last year with bipartisan support. The widespread public support for the Endangered Species Act hasn't changed much in the last 11 months, but our current biodiversity crisis has surely worsened. The scientific community is screaming from the rooftops that we face a biodiversity crisis. We should be discussing how better to protect our nation's wildlife, and it's deeply unsettling that some folks here are attacking one of the most popular and effective bills ever to pass the U.S. Congress. This is surely a partisan distraction from an Endangered Species Act that poses absolutely no threat to our national security. Look, the Department of Defense has not asked for this. They consider this a baseless attack on the Endangered Species Act. Once again, to quote my dear friend from Virginia, this is just another classic example of a solution in search of a problem which does not exist. The Department of Defense already has a strong natural resources program. It has an efficient collaboration with the Fish and Wildlife Program that has actually led to the delisting of previously endangered species. In the midst of a biodiversity crisis, we need the ESA to remain strong. We need federal agencies, including the Department of Defense, to continue to collaborate with each other to protect endangered wildlife. I urge my colleagues to once more see clearly through this distraction and reject this unwanted, unnecessary amendment. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue that I bring forward is a longstanding issue. A 2004 review by GAO discusses issues at the Barium Goldwater Range at Luke Air Force Base in Arizona, where officials reported that nearly 10% of the F-16 training exercises were canceled due to the presence of an endangered species present on the training range impact area. That doesn't include now the long-range missile testing that has to be canceled and rescheduled on a regular basis. Nearly 80% of Marine Corps' aviation units train at the Goldwater Range before deployment. The range provides the space and infrastructure for Marines to receive this critical tactical aviation training air-to-ground and air-to-air. Now, maybe DOD hasn't asked for it, but if you go out to Barium Goldwater and I ask these folks of the biodiversity, if they're so doggone concerned, get their tails down to the border. Take a look at the Cabeza Prieta National Wildlife Refuge. Look at the garbage that's come through because of the illegal aliens and the trash that's there. It's tons. The biodiversity that's been impacted there is incalculable. They've cut roads through this otherwise pristine desert, and that sits right next to the Barium Goldwater Range, and we have the animals that are driven through, we have the individuals. If biologists determine that a Sonoran pronghorn may be present within 3 miles of training range impact areas, missions are redirected or canceled. That's a regular occurrence. I get a kick out of people who live in Northern Virginia. They sell cars, they want to talk about car sales for EVs. Get your tail down to the border. Look at the biodiversity degradation that is there. Talk to the people who run the Barium Goldwater Range and other military installations, and they're going to tell you that our readiness project is endangered because of strict ESA rules. This amendment would help protect our mission and our readiness. I'll reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield as much time as needed to one of our nation's great champions for the environment, who's not from Northern Virginia.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentleman and associate myself with his opening remarks about this wrong-headed proposed amendment. We debated this last year. It failed on this floor with 237 no votes to 193 yes votes. 25 Republicans voted no. But here we are again. Our friend from Arizona apparently thinks he knows more than our Department of Defense because they're not asking for this. Nevertheless, he thinks they should have it. Since the enactment of the Endangered Species Act over 50 years ago, the ESA has provided the framework for the U.S. government's policy on endangered species. All agencies of the federal government, including Defense, should conserve threatened endangered species, and it works just fine with the Department of Defense. This amendment undermines that commitment by amending the ESA to simply exclude an entire sector of our economy, the Department of Defense, from any requirements under the ESA. There is zero evidence that the ESA is negatively impacting military activities. In fact, the Department of Defense has a long history of working successfully to bring back endangered species from the brink of extinction. In fact, according to DOD, protecting military lands for endangered species is a critical piece of military readiness and training. For example, wildlife conservation on Army installations helps preserve rare natural landscapes necessary for the Army's training. They're preserving some of the best habitats we have for endangered species. And they've integrated endangered species into their training scenarios, treating endangered species and their habitat as things that cannot be damaged or destroyed during conflict, such as they would with churches or schools. The Army celebrates its role and its leadership in recovering species, and this amendment significantly undermines that success. And on the Berry Goldwater Range, which our friend from Arizona mentioned, the Marine Corps, Army, National Guard, Air Force, Fish and Wildlife Service, and Arizona Game and Fish Department are all partnering to support military training missions and recover the Sonoran pronghorn antelope. We don't have to choose between the two. Look, some in Congress clearly just want to blow up the ESA completely. I urge my colleagues to see this amendment for what it is, vote no, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia, your time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when you say zero evidence, I guess the GAO report gets discounted. I guess the evidence from the people who run the range, that gets discounted. I guess from the contractors who work there and have to reschedule repeatedly because of the enforcement of the ESA, I guess that's not evidence either. I guess the fact that China disregards, doesn't have to worry about environmental impacts from an ESA to impact their readiness, I guess that's zero evidence. But when we look at it, in the Southwest, you have the Acuna cactus. That is preventing, in many areas of the entire eastern portion of the Goldwater Range, the use of military targets and off-road vehicle, which impedes the ability to get mission ready. With the continued rising threats abroad, Congress must ensure that military readiness is not negatively impacted by regulatory compliance constraints from radical environmentalists. This amendment ensures that the Department of Defense can conduct the training necessary to keep the men and women of our armed forces prepared. I urge passage of this amendment, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I have a request for recorded
vote. For what
vote,
purpose
please.
does the gentleman from Virginia seek
Mr. Speaker, I
recognition?
rise to request a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. I first want to open up by congratulating myself because 20 years ago, about an hour from now, my lovely bride said yes, and she's stuck with me for 20 years. So it's really a hearty congratulations that my wife would put up with me for these 20 years. But I'm deeply honored to count her as my lovely bride still to this day. So happy anniversary back in Texas. I'm offering an amendment here that would prohibit any of the funding in this National Defense Authorization Act from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. Our military should be focused very simply on its mission as a military, not social engineering. my colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to just dismiss this as some sort of political agenda. That, this is a foolish thing for us to come down and say that our military ought to be focused very specifically on ensuring they've got the tools necessary to carry out their job, not advancing a radical agenda that's actually undermining our national security and undermining the readiness of our men and women in uniform. Because that's what's happening. That's the truth. In 2021, the Department of Defense spokesman, John Kirby, refused to say that China was a bigger national security threat to the United States than climate change. He called them, quote, equally important. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has said climate change is an existential threat to our nation's security. 5 senior officials at the Department of Defense proudly explained in an op-ed that they attended the United Nations Climate Conference, COP28, citing the Biden administration's 2022 national security strategy as justification. Just this point, Biden's executive orders have served as a catalyst for reforms at the Department of Defense that compromise national security in order to advance the climate fetish of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. While China, again, as I said in a previous amendment, is literally building 2 coal-fired plants a week, and we're doing nothing. And I mentioned this point, I said, one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said, well, you're so committed to fossil fuels. Well, how about we produce more nuclear power? We've done one in my lifetime. I'm 51 years old. The United States of America, the greatest country in the history of the earth, has only produced 1 nuclear power plant in 51 years. If you're so committed to producing energy without producing CO2, why not build more nuclear power? But the fact is, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's about chasing the unicorn theory of energy, whereby if you litter the landscape with windmills and solar panels, never mind how those solar panels are created, never mind all the child labor being exploited, never mind the empowerment of China, never mind the massive pits that you have to take and stick the windmill parts in that are all created by mountains of fossil fuels. Ignore all of that common sense. Ignore all of that. Just sit around and pat yourself on the back because you drive an EV and you put a little sticker with your little equal sign and you put a little sticker on there saying save the planet, and suddenly everything's all hunky-dory. Meanwhile, our defense isn't doing its job. Meanwhile, the entire world is looking at the United States and laughing. Meanwhile, the entire world that is producing more CO2 than we are is looking at us while we undermine the very development of the power that made this world a better place. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentle lady from Virginia rise?
Mr. Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
And I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Climate change and sea level rise and increased temperatures and increased storms have a direct impact on military readiness, operations, and the health and well-being of our service members. Yelling and calling people names or ridiculing them for the type of car they choose to drive won't change that fact. When we had Navy leadership in a hearing, I asked them to talk about the impact of climate change on readiness. As sea level rise increases, we have more corrosion of our ships. As temperatures increase, that has a direct impact on the health of our service members. But I went to Norfolk Naval Station, the largest naval station in the world, which is in one of the most vulnerable places to sea level rise, the most vulnerable on the East Coast. And I asked the commanding officer, what are you most worried about? And she said, when increased storms come and literally water floods a street that bisects this base in half, that the increasing sea level rise that is reclaiming the land that Norfolk Naval Station is on, and they have nowhere to rebuild. Now, this amendment would prohibit the Department of Defense from expending funds to implement a broad spectrum of Biden-Harris administration executive orders, everything from job-creating clean energy projects to ensuring that rural, low-income, tribal, and minority communities are not continually inordinately impacted by pollution from our military installations, which, oh, by the way, in Norfolk at one time killed the Elizabeth River, which is slowly starting to come back because Norfolk Naval Station has decided to be a better neighbor and steward of the land that it's on. And we don't need to speculate on the impacts of this amendment because a rider on the fiscal year 24 defense appropriations bill made a $500 million cut to climate-tagged accounts, immediately impacting operational energy programs that make our service members more effective and lethal, extending on-station times, and reducing the need for refueling. Come to these military installations that are vulnerable, that are impacted, and talk to their commanding officers, and maybe that'll help you connect the dots between climate change, climate policy, and military readiness. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. What purpose? The gentleman from Texas recognized. You're recognized.
Thanks. The Department of Defense's climate adaptation plan includes proposals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. According to the plan, DoD has identified climate change as a critical national security issue. The plan contains mandates on environmental justice. The DoD says it will transition to 100% carbon-free electricity, meaning our entire war machine is going to be dependent on advancing this agenda. Meanwhile, as I said, China has 1,100 coal-fired plants, building 1.5 to 2 a week. The DoD has mandated all non-tactical vehicles be EVs by 2035. It's only a matter of time before it's going to be tactical vehicles. I mean, the fact of the matter is, there is a reason the Department of Defense comes forward and says these things that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say. It's frankly because they're being told to from the top for political reasons. Like everybody you talk to in the line, everybody you talk to at the defense is so sick and tired of having their life dream of being able to serve this country, wear the uniform to defend it, be turned into a social engineering experiment. But that's what's happening. And there's no evidence backing up that we're even denting CO2 with the radical policies we're talking about today. You know what has? Clean burning natural gas. You know what has? Nuclear power. These fanciful unicorn policies are doing garbage, nothing, but they're destroying the military and destroying our economic competition. I reserve. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized. I'm sorry.
How much time do I have?
Time's expired. Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
How much time do I have?
2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what I teach my children? I teach them the ripple effect. Your simple act of kindness today may not change and lead to world peace tomorrow, but it'll have a ripple effect. What we do today to reduce our carbon footprint will have a ripple effect. And the military has been one of the largest, not just contributors to greenhouse gases, but pollution that has damaged mostly low-income, rural, tribal, and minority communities who didn't at the time have the power to contribute or consult on the decisions that were being made. The environmental justice executive order is designed to say we're going to be a better neighbor. We're going to be a better steward and make sure that we are not destroying the environment on which our military bases sit. That's a good thing. Extreme weather events, sea level rise, severe flooding has a direct impact on military readiness. I think it's really sad that my colleague doesn't believe the commanding officer of the largest naval base in the world, when unprompted, is asked, what is the biggest thing you're worried about? She raised two issues that were related. Again, I'm landlocked with sea level, the sea encroaching on my base, and I have nowhere to go. And it is impacting my ability to ensure we are ready to meet increased national security impacts as other parts of the planet become inhabitable. Where do you think they're going to go? I ask that you oppose this amendment.
Gentleman, time's expired. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Ms. Chair,
Gentlelady,
I rise to request a recorded vote.
recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas be postponed. Okay. It's now in order to consider amendment number 26 printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? It's now in order to consider amendment number 28 printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to protect Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Parris Island, and ensure we're making Marines in Beaufort County long into the future. My amendment would prohibit funds authorized or otherwise made available to the Department of Defense for any fiscal year to be used for the closure or realignment of Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Parris Island, or to conduct any planning activity related to closing or realigning Parris Island. The Marine Corps Recruit Depot at Parris Island in South Carolina's 1st Congressional District has been making Marines since 1915. Since opening over a century ago, over 1 million Marines have been trained at Parris Island, and between 17,000 and 22,000 every single year. The Recruit Depot at Parris Island is not just critical to the fabric of Beaufort County and the Low Country, but it's vital to our national security. The Marines trained at Parris Island have served our country bravely in every conflict since World War I. Parris Island is a perfect location to make Marines. Beaufort County is an exceptionally supportive community with outstanding infrastructure to support the base and close access to multiple major airports, including Charleston International Airport and Savannah Hilton Head International Airport. Parris Island is an ideal environment to allow recruits to focus on training without external distractions. Given that it is an island and is almost completely self-sufficient with its own power generation via solar power, the Recruit Depot is co-located with the Marine Recruiting Command responsible for half of the entire United States and is located just 11 miles from the Marine Corps Air Station Beaufort, creating additional training opportunities for the Corps. Partnerships via intergovernmental service agreements are extensive, offering the ability to train other government entities. Unfortunately, over the last several years, there have been climate change extremists, and you can see an article after article, including some members of this body, who have used junk science to raise the prospect of closing the Marine Corps Recruit Depot at Parris Island. These individuals could not be more wrong.
Parris Island is exceptionally well positioned for resiliency due to environmental improvements that have been made there today. The waterside plain on which Parris Island is located makes damage from waves and extreme weather events much less likely. This topography is far different than the waterside cliffs of both Savannah and Charleston, where the tidal gauges and tidal data collection devices on water levels are actually placed. Due to this, the data being pushed by those who seek to end Beaufort County's centuries-long tradition of making marines is not based on actual data, but extrapolation from cities miles away, subject to significantly harsher conditions based on their own individual topography. Over a century of history shows us Parris Island is here to stay. Data shows instead of sinking or eroding, Parris Island is actually seeing an increase in marshland. This is important. In fact, the Army Marine Corps is actually considering dredging the Port Royal Sound to allow larger draft vessels to enter, showing the coast and waterways around Parris Island are actually not in peril. I urge all of my colleagues to follow the science and the facts to show Parris Island is the ideal location to train Marine recruits. We've been making Marines in Beaufort County for over a century, and this amendment seeks to ensure we continue to make Marines long into the future. And I strongly urge the passage of this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. And from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is a very problematic amendment. I mean, we all have, parochial interests in our district that we want to protect, but one thing our committee has worked very hard to do is to not put those parochial interests ahead of the broader interests of the Department of Defense and the national security of this country. No determination has been made to, alter or close Parris Island at this point, but it is being examined for a lot of the reasons that the maker of this amendment stated. And for this body to come in and make a political decision to block DOD from being able to analyze that data in a fair and unbiased way is an enormous mistake. This is the mother of all slippery slopes. I don't think there's a single member in this body that doesn't have some interest in their district affected by the DOD. They have a base, they have a particular defense product that's maybe being manufactured there, and we could pass an endless array of amendments telling DOD that they can't touch anything in our district. And that is the road to an incredibly ineffective, inefficient Department of Defense. We need to give the Department of Defense the ability to make their decision based on what's in the best interests of the country and the best interests of our national security. There are issues around Parris Island that they're trying to manage, due, ironically, to some of the climate change problems that the previous amendments that we've considered in here are studiously trying to ignore. So, maybe if we could work on that so that we didn't have the climate change problem, we wouldn't have to worry about this. But that point aside, again, we can't be passing parochial amendments and simply try to protect things in our district. DOD needs to analyze the data, the facts, make the decision about where to allocate resources and where to base based on what is in the best interests of the country. So I urge opposition to this amendment, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized.
Yes, I would like to recognize myself. And it's interesting because the left always likes to say that there's been no determination that yet there's no risk per se. But in this article in Marine Times, Parris Island, the title is Parris Island in Peril, Rising Sea Levels Threaten Historic Marine Base. And when we talk about data and science and climate change, they're not even using tidal gauges to measure sea level rise at Parris Island. Actually, at Parris Island, they're actually using data from Savannah and Charleston miles and miles away. And so that data is not even accurate because the environment and the topography is so different. And in fact, we're seeing vast improvements in the environment on Parris Island today, as I mentioned earlier. And in this military.com article, it says the Marine Corps is considering moving some of its bases to other locations, including the iconic Parris Island Training Depot in response to growing effects of climate change, Navy officials said. And my colleagues want to say that, well, we have to do a study and make a determination and follow the science, but they're not actually using real science at Parris Island. And if you look at the way that they have built out resiliency at Parris Island, whether it's the solar farms, whether it's the grading that they've done with some of their roads to raise them up a foot or two, whether it's the Tesla batteries, whether it's their ability to produce their own energy and be self-sufficient and produce energy for their surrounding areas. Parris Island is a beautiful example of resiliency when we're talking about environmental challenges that our bases face today. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to say in this article that they plan on then we better plan on moving Parris Island because it's not going to get better, it's only going to get worse. The seas are going to rise higher and higher. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and I yield back.
Expired. Gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of my time. I just want to clarify one point. I did not say that Parris Island is not at risk. I mean, I think you've outlined exactly why Parris Island is at risk. What I said was a determination has not been made, and it has not been made. I would like the Department of Defense to have the opportunity to make that determination based on the best facts available, not on the parochial interests of Congress saying, no, you can't even consider it. I don't know how this is going to come out. I don't think anybody knows for sure how this is going to come out. I do know that Congress shouldn't be standing in the way of a factual analysis to figure out what the best decision is. This amendment takes away any sort of factual analysis and just says under no circumstances can you reduce, much less close, Parris Island. That's the wrong approach, and it ties DOD's hands in a way that serves parochial interests. It does not serve the interests of our national security. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Like a recorded vote, please.
Gentleman asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, and the gentleman from Washington State, opposed, will control 5 minutes each. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support an amendment that would increase the capabilities of small and medium law enforcement agencies close to the border to fight the Mexican drug cartels that are bringing deadly poisons into our country at unprecedented levels. This amendment would prioritize law enforcement organizations within 100 miles of the border that have annual budgets under $200,000 to receive excess defense articles to surveil and interdict drugs and drug traffickers. So here's the problem that we're trying to solve. Cartels have more capabilities, more resources, more weapons, more money than any small border county can possibly deal with. Our law enforcement needs better weapons. They need better surveillance tools in order to stand a fighting chance. It's worth noting some of the concerns that this would create competition for organizations that need things like high water rescue vehicles. I'm from Houston. I know all too well the importance of those assets. But it's also important to note that this does not create that kind of competition because what's needed for disaster response and recovery is far different than what is needed for counter narcotics and counter drug cartel surveillance and interdiction. During my work as chairman of the task force to combat Mexican drug cartels, I've heard firsthand of the need for equipment by these organizations that my amendment would prioritize. They're on the front lines of the cartel wars, and we need to support them. I urge adoption of my amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from what?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim the time in opposition and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I don't have an enormous problem with this amendment. The 1033 program is very controversial, as we'll get into in the amendment that follows, as to how they prioritize the program within its existing parameters. I can understand that that is, debatable going forward, and I'm certain that the border communities that the gentleman described have the needs described, but there are a lot of communities across our country that have needs when it comes to dealing with crime of one kind or another. And the 1033 program provides a wide variety of equipment. So prioritizing one group over another, I'm not sure that it is justified in that, yes, these needs for law enforcement in those areas and those communities are great, but I would have to hear the argument as to why the needs for other communities are not great. It seems like it would be equal across the board. So I would urge opposition to maintain the flexibility for the department to make those decisions based on their own priorities, not on how Congress has directed it. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to answer the gentleman's question, the need arises from an exponential rise in the threat from the Mexican drug cartels that have taken operational control of our border and flooded our country with the poisonous fentanyl trafficking. That's the difference between now and the last 10, 20 years. As long as this program has existed, all law enforcement agencies have had access to it. To the extent that they don't have what they need, it's most likely because their local politicians are defunding the police. But it is indeed up to us to actually prioritize policy. The Department of Defense might not understand, because it's not in their purview to understand the needs of domestic border counties. That is not within the purview of the Department of Defense. It is up to us as policymakers to say, look, this is where it needs to be prioritized, because we're the ones who actually talk to constituents and understand the problem. So I would urge the gentleman to perhaps change his mind and support this amendment, because I think it's a good one and timely given the circumstances we find ourselves in.
Gentleman reserves. I
reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The gentleman answered a question that I didn't ask. I don't doubt the need that you described in those communities. The question that I asked was to say, why are other communities' needs not as great, which is a more complicated question, nor do I disagree that there is a time and a place for Congress to prioritize and say this is more important to us. It just seems to me that there are criminal justice problems out there. And in the communities that have tried to defund the police, by the way, they're not asking for these programs. So you don't need to worry about competing with them, sadly. That is a problem, which I think I agree with the gentleman on, but not a problem in this case. So my only issue is not with the need of the communities that you are prioritizing. It is an issue of, well, how can we say that those needs are greater than needs of other communities that maybe, drug and crime problems are not confined to the border, as I think many, many members can tell you. So that's the prioritization that I am more interested in an answer to how we should balance that. I reserve whatever time I may have left.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer that question as well. The reality is, it's often said that in the current border crisis, every state is a border state. Every county is a border county. But that is simply not true. It's simply not true. The fact is that many border counties are more rural, poorer counties that have budgets below $200,000. That's why we set that limit. If they are a wealthy county with plenty of resources, we exclude them from this prioritization. And it is simply true that geographically speaking, you are more likely to be dealing with this threat, to be dealing with traffickers and high-speed chases if you are an actual border county. And that's why we put that provision in there within 100 miles of the border. The fact of the matter is that these counties simply are different from the rest of the counties around the United States. To the extent that other counties have large drug and crime problems, they're usually big cities. They're usually large cities that have plenty of resources that they can draw from, unlike these counties that are, frankly, drowning in the problems that they're dealing with. And I think this can be a bipartisan solution to fix that. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I yield back as well.
Gentleman yields back the balance. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 35, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-551. Purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to allow the Department of Defense's Excess Property 1033 program to be administered as originally intended by Congress to assist state and local law enforcement agencies. For more than 25 years, this program has allowed often cash-strapped local law enforcement jurisdictions to get the equipment they need, almost always excess military equipment that the Department of Defense no longer needs. And this is equipment that they need to keep our communities safe at a low cost. Mr. Chairman, this is equipment that often will be provided to other countries in excess or just sent off to the boneyard. Instead, why don't we save the taxpayer money? Why don't we give police and sheriff's departments the equipment that they need to keep our communities safe? I'm proud that this amendment is supported by the National Association of Police Organizations and the National Sheriff's Association. This amendment would prohibit essentially the enforcement of what I believe is a radical anti-police series of rules and regulations established through executive order by both former President Obama and most recently President Biden, which limit the transfer of life-saving equipment to law enforcement under the 1033 program. The EO also makes the equipment that they do have, Mr. Chairman, these local law enforcement entities, so burdensome to use with literally mountains and mountains of paperwork and certifications. If you talk to any of these sheriff's departments, they say essentially makes the equipment unusable, particularly for our small departments that may only have 5, 6, 7 officers in it. This program was created by Congress, and therefore any changes to the program should be enacted by Congress. President Trump understood this when he rescinded these wrongful policies, yet President Biden has put them back in place. He ignored this precedent and issued a subjective executive order giving his Department of Justice veto power under the lawful transfer of this equipment. And this equipment that we're talking about are things like high water vehicles that law enforcement departments in Florida use in natural disasters, helicopters. I have a local sheriff's department that's flying a 1968 Huey. They can't get a new helicopter because of all of the restrictions, body armor, night vision devices, things that the military no longer needs and our sheriffs do need. I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have opposed this amendment year after year. They've made misleading arguments that the amendment will, quote, militarize the police and give them all sorts of unnecessary weapons. This is simply not the case. And let me be clear, this amendment will maintain the Defense Logistic Agency's authority and discretion, again, run by this administration's political appointees. It'll give them discretion over transfer over all property, ensuring the property transferred is needed and appropriate. It will also ensure that law enforcement agencies can regain access to equipment that's been taken from them that they relied on in the past for things like search and rescue operations, natural disaster response, and active shooter situations. In short, Mr. Chairman, this 1033 program is not a, quote, militarization of the police, but rather an important tool in protecting our communities. As so many of our inner cities and states are experiencing rampant increases in violent crime, this amendment is all the more critical now than ever before. Our state and local law enforcement put their lives on the line to keep us safe. They are heroes. I think they've been wrongly vilified in many instances. And despite this, they continue to show up to work and put that badge on every day to protect and serve us. It is time to put an end to these executive orders that discount the critical needs of our police officers and our sheriffs frankly, in the interest of political optics. I urge support for this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
I'm in the middle of something. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition and yield myself some
Gentleman's
time
recognized
to
for
make
5
consume.
minutes.
The 1033 program has been highly controversial because it has led to some pretty substantial military pieces of equipment being transferred to law enforcement, vehicles in particular, and to some degree to the militarization of the police in the past. Now, over the years, we have worked to try to get a delicate balance, because I agree with the gentleman that the 1033 program is important and incredibly helpful to local law enforcement. There are some on my side who don't agree with that, who would like to see the 1033 program banned. There are others on the other side who would like to see it wide open. We have, over the years, as I said, worked to strike a balance between those two things. Supporting local law enforcement with excess military equipment, that's what the 1033 program does. It's equipment that is owned by the DoD that they no longer need, that they can transfer to local law enforcement. Now, obviously, you don't want them transferring a tank or a missile launcher or a whole bunch of other things, so there are restrictions on that. And from time to time, we debate what those restrictions should be. The most crucial part of this amendment that I find problematic is it eliminates the executive's ability to do that by not just changing the executive orders that are currently in existence, but prohibiting any future executive orders that would re-examine that question. So for that reason alone, and because of the delicate balance that we've tried to strike on the 1033 program, I oppose this amendment and wish we would keep it 1033 program where it's at and how we've worked out over a series of Congresses going back years. I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to read excerpts from the National Sheriff's Association, and to my colleagues' point on future executive orders. Again, this program was created by Congress. It should be governed by Congress, and we should have these debates, but we should then follow what is year after year often debated and adjusted in law, not through EO. But to my point from the National Sheriff's Association, across this is representing over 3,000 sheriffs nationwide across red and blue states, cities, counties, really across the nation. And it says, across the country, we have witnessed how valuable this equipment has been to local law enforcement, not only in conducting search and rescue missions, but also in delivering aid to victims of natural disasters like floods and snowstorms. The equipment the sheriffs receive through this program includes, I'm sorry.
Time expired.
Thank you. I didn't hear you, Mr. Chairman. I urge support of this amendment.
Gentleman, time
and
expired.
I yield my time.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time. And just to repeat the arguments that I made, I think we've struck the right balance in the 1033 program. We should not upset that balance, and nor do I support removing the ability of the president, any president, to issue an executive order on this very important and sensitive program that has impacted communities across the country. With that, I urge a no vote and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Chairman.
A recorded vote has been requested.
Yes.
Yeas and nays have been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, will be, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I have done for each of the past 5 years, this is the 6th year in a row, I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which would prohibit funds for any project or activity related to NATO until the Secretary of Defense certifies to congressional defense committees that each member of NATO has spent 2% of the respective GDP on defense expenditures. In 2006, NATO members agreed to spend at least 2% of their gross domestic product on defense spending to ensure the readiness of the alliance. By 2014, just 3 members had reached the agreed-upon 2% funding level. And under a new 2014 agreement, each member country has until 2024 to reach their 2% goal. Unfortunately, as of 2023, just 11 of the 32 countries, including the United States, contributed at least 2% of GDP on defense. This has to change. In 2023, Italy was projected to spend just 1.46% of its GDP on defense, and their defense minister stated that they will certainly not meet NATO's target in 2024 and will likely not meet NATO's target by 2028. Mr. Chairman, I will continue my argument. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman rises in opposition, recognized for 5 minutes.
No, sorry, and I yield 1 minute to the gentleman, the chairman of the committee, Mr. Rogers from Alabama.
I think the gentleman, I strongly support requiring all of our NATO allies to meet their 2% obligation, but arbitrarily cutting off funding to NATO with a war raging in Eastern Europe and Putin threatening us with nuclear weapons is absolutely the wrong thing to do. It also shoots us in the foot. Our force posture in Europe is dependent on the investments we make to NATO. We need a stronger NATO for our own defense. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserve. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2023, Germany stepped back from its commitment to meeting NATO's target of spending 2%, going back on its 2022 commitment to invest more than 2% of the GDP into defense year after year. In 2024, that number is expected to grow, and about 2/3 of NATO member countries are expected to at least meet the 2% target. That would be great. Much of the growth that we've seen recently was due in large part to President Trump's push to our NATO allies to increase spending to meet the 2% standard. However, more work must be done to ensure NATO allies are paying their fair share. The U.S. continues to spend far more than its fair share and takes on the overwhelming responsibility of being the world's police. Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now pleased to yield 45 seconds to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 80 years ago, after the invasion of D-Day, we witnessed the beginning of the end of the Hitler regime. In the wake of World War II and its devastation, NATO was created in an effort to deter then Soviet expansionism, forbid the revival of nationalist militarism in Europe through a strong North American presence on the continent, and encourage European political integration. Given what is happening right now with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, now is not the time to say we are going to turn our back on or abandon NATO. We need to strengthen and recommit to our alliance. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we hear about Ukraine and we hear about NATO. We haven't even discussed China and other areas around the world that we have that are concerns. What is our number one threat? What is our number one threat? A whole series for 20 years, we've been told it is our national debt. That's bipartisan leaders of military, of the Department of Defense. And so why do we end up carrying free riders? Why do we lead the way on everything? Because we're America. But let me tell you something. That can't endure. Why did the USSR go away? The USSR went away not because there was a coup or an uprising. It was a business enterprise that had to declare bankruptcy. That's why the USSR failed ultimately. And at $35 trillion in national debt, we have that danger as well. And we cannot afford to carry free riders indefinitely. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, want to thank Mr. Biggs for bringing this amendment to the floor. It is incredibly important that we have this debate. It's important because our European allies need to be listening to it. However, this amendment is misguided in its effect, and it's misguided because this is the National Defense Authorization Act. Any amendment to restrict our options and our operations is to our detriment. Now, the 2% target was advocated by the United States at the Wales NATO summit in 2014. At that time, only 3 countries met the requirement. This year, in 2024, 22 nations will be meeting the target, and 2 nations that just joined us in entering NATO, Finland and Sweden, came in already meeting that target. Now, I serve as the head of the U.S. delegation of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and had an opportunity as past president to address the Warsaw Summit in NATO in 2016, and I made the exact point that Mr. Biggs is making. Europe must step up to the plate and hit its 2%, but we should not restrict our ability to have our operations with NATO. Currently, the Supreme Allied Commander is American. NATO doesn't do anything without the Americans leading. If there's a military exercise, it's the NATO U.S. commander who has decided that that operation will occur. To restrict our ability to operate under NATO is misguided, would affect our national defense. It would affect NATO intelligence operations and also all of our interoperability. Vote no on this amendment.
Gentleman, time expired. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I rise in fervent opposition to this amendment. Just literally days after 100 of our colleagues returned from the beaches of Normandy, we're standing here debating the very purpose and existence of the alliance that made sure that we had the opportunity to observe the 80th anniversary. But perhaps more importantly, that observation was to remember the power of alliances and the consequences of our inaction and of our isolationism. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is unserious. This will not be passed, nor will it likely be signed into law, because it would catastrophically undermine and ruin our nation's leadership on the world stage. Rather than spend our time on amendments that will weaken our national and global security, we must rather focus on improving NATO relationships, the very same relationships, by the way, that are helping us put Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine to bed. I urge my colleagues forcefully to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized. Reserved. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
I believe we have the right to close, and I have 1 speaker remaining.
The gentleman is correct.
So we reserve for the moment.
Gentleman from Arizona.
Very good. Thank you. So if you want to strengthen NATO and you want to stop free riding, maybe you use leverage. Maybe use leverage. If you want to strengthen our country, maybe use the leverage to get your partners, who are supposed to be your partners, to start paying their share. The only reason that this is even improving is because the previous administration made that a big issue and made that demand. We should make that demand still. I reiterate, the #1 security threat that a long line of DOD officials have said is our national debt. At some point, you simply can't keep funding the military operations you want to fund. And if your partners aren't willing to pay their share, you don't strengthen them, you weaken us. That's what this amendment is designed to do. It doesn't prevent us from putting forward our operations anywhere, but it does encourage and leverage our partners to actually pay their fair share. I urge everyone to support this. I'll yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager Dove.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo opposition to this amendment. As a member of the Transatlantic Legislators Dialogue and the Foreign Affairs Committee, I consistently encourage and push our NATO allies to get to the 2% goal on defense spending. It should be the floor. Nevertheless, this amendment looks to gut our support for NATO immediately and goes against what we, the United States, stands for. Just last week, we cut sessions short so that Democrats and Republicans could go to France to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Planes, trains, and automobiles were used to get there. Why? Because D-Day is antithetical to isolationism and is a lasting example of a successful, important partnership with a core key member of NATO. No victories happen without help. This amendment calls for an isolationist approach at a time when we need our friends more than ever. Many NATO countries are over the 2%, and many recognize the need to contribute more. This amendment gives Moscow what it wants, it gives China what it wants, and it gives the isolationist strain in the United States what it wants. History continues to show us that this approach does not work, it will not keep us safe, and it will not keep us free. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington.
I'm done.
There's 30 seconds remaining.
No, I realize that. Sorry. Thank you. I think that was an excellent close. I will just urge opposition to this amendment for all the reasons that were stated by the previous speaker, and I will yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The question arises on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise? Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-551, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 8 by Mr. Mast of Florida, Amendment number 22 by Ms. Green of Georgia, Amendment number 23 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona, Amendment 24 by Mr. Roy of Texas, Amendment 28 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, Amendment 35 by Mr. Waltz of Florida, Amendment 36 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the time for any electronic votes after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 199. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report 118551 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 173, the nays are 241. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yea 100.
Are they open? Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Carter of Texas. Off no, on aye for Mr. Carter of Texas.
On this vote, the yeas are 196, the nays are 231. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Remains 1 minute. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551 by the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Miss Mace, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 201, the nays are 217. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 238, the nays are 187. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for the recorded vote on amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. One minute remains. 1 minute.
The yeas are 82. The nays are 343.
Ms. Miller of Illinois. Off aye, on no for Ms. Miller of Illinois. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 81. The nays are 346. The amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
Questions on the motion that the committee rise? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Chair.
Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 87,
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 8070 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of House Resolution 1292 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 1292, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find United States Attorney General Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Yeas and nays.
Would the gentleman repeat his request?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. remains 1 minute. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 207. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 6 of House Resolution 1287, the resolution accompanying House Report 118-533, House Resolution 1293, is considered as adopted. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House out of order for a moment of silence.
Without objection.
It was 8 years ago today, June 12th, that a gunman came into the Pulse nightclub, and we suffered one of the largest mass shootings in America's history. 8 years ago today that we lost 49 angels, 53 others were injured, and our happy little town of Orlando, Florida was shattered. We thank the first responders who came to their rescue, our law enforcement, our firefighters, our EMTs, the nurses, and doctors who did everything they could to make sure so many others were able to survive. This tragedy was not how we responded to be defined as, but more by responding with love over hate. And the term Orlando Strong became a moniker that most of us use throughout this region. We had folks by the hundreds coming to blood banks to help donate, folks helping at our LGBTQ center, folks helping the families, many of which were of Hispanic descent because it was Latin night. And of course, we came together as a body here to pass the National Pulse Memorial. I ask that we join for a moment of silence for 49 seconds in honor of those we lost.
Gentleman yields back.
I know it's long.
I'll entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute. The House will be in order. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the 100th birthday of one of our nation's most revered statesman leaders and American heroes, our 41st President, George Herbert Walker Bush. President 41 was not only a highly decorated combat veteran, but had one of the most distinguished tenures in public service in our nation's history. He lived out his own maxim that public service is a noble calling, and I would add, it's only as noble as the caliber of people who answer that call. Thank God he did. My life, your life, and the life of our country are all the better for it. May his legacy continue to inspire the servant leadership he modeled, and may it remind us that being a statesman and a politician don't have to be mutually exclusive. I'm proud to have served alongside his son, President George W. Bush. I'm thinking of him and the entire Bush family today as we honor one of the most decent, patriotic, and loving leaders our nation has ever known. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to congratulate the University High School boys tennis team for winning California's first ever statewide tennis championship. The Trojans' top-tier athleticism and exceptional motivation led the team to victory in one of the country's most competitive boys tennis leagues. Under Coach John Kessler, the University High School boys tennis team has racked up nearly 900 wins, 18 consecutive Pacific Coast League titles, 8 Ojai tournament wins, 15 California Interscholastic Federation Southern Section championships, 4 Southern California regional crowns, and 4 national All-American titles. Their win at the CIF State Championship cements Uni High in the record books and is a testament to the hard work and dedication of the players and Coach Kessler. Congratulations to these extraordinary athletes, their families, and the entire Uni High community on this incredible achievement. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week President Biden signed an executive order to limit the number of asylum seekers that are allowed to enter the United States each day. The policy is far too little too late, but it highlights how House Republicans have consistently said that the president has the tools to close the border, and he's had those tools for 3.5 years now. Instead, the president has prioritized ending effective border and immigration policies over ensuring the safety and security of the citizens of the United States. Shortly after taking office, he ended border wall construction, remain in Mexico, and made many other short-sighted changes. This resulted in more than 9 million illegal immigrant encounters at our nation's borders, an easily expected outcome. Tennesseans rightfully concerned about this catastrophe see right through this election year campaign gimmick and hope for change come November. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, by the powers invested in me by the state of North Carolina, I now declare you graduates. We look forward to hearing these words along with, you may turn your tassels. Graduation marks a significant milestone for students across the country, and especially in eastern North Carolina. Having served in the classroom for nearly 20 years, I extend a heartfelt congratulations to the class of 2024 on this momentous occasion. Graduation is not merely a culmination of academic achievements, but a testament to of dedication, perseverance, and hard work. You may see an enormous milestone and the achievement in which students are able to accomplish. This is a celebration that's felt by families, teachers, mentors, and friends. Their unwavering encouragement and belief in our graduates are huge. Graduates of Eastern North Carolina, we're counting on you. Go forth now and make us proud. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Mr. Robert Lee Heron, a valiant 22-year-old soldier who died tragically 8 decades ago amidst the chaos of the historic Normandy landings, where he made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our country. With the recent 80th anniversary of the Normandy landings, we remember the brave sacrifices of the great Americans who fought and died to rid the world of tyranny so that we may remain free. Private Robert's sacrifice was recognized with the Purple Heart Award, a testament to his unwavering bravery and dedication to serving his country. Robert is a true son of South Georgia, born and raised in Brantley County, where his family still resides today. With the anniversary of D-Day passing, it is important to remember that it is because of men like Robert Lee Heron that we enjoy the freedoms that we have today. We are eternally grateful for his and all others who sacrificed their lives for our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we celebrate Pride Month, I rise to honor the life and memory of my friend, Thomas Errol Gleed, a cherished member of the Buffalo LGBTQ community, a leader, and a friend to many. Tom was a trailblazer. Following a career as a clothing store owner, he spent the rest of his life in public service. He started as an executive assistant to Buffalo Mayor Anthony Masiello, and for many years after, as a dedicated employee of the Erie County Board of Elections, helping to ensure that one of our most cherished rights was carried out smoothly year after year. He was a leader on the Erie County Democratic Committee and the Stonewall Democrats, never ceasing in his fight for equality for the LGBTQ community. Tom passed away on April 28th. But as a reflection of how wide his circle of friends hail from, his funeral mass was not held until May 30th, ensuring that so many people who loved Tom were able to come to the great city of Buffalo to say goodbye. I want to express my deepest condolences to his many friends and his family, his loved ones, especially his longtime dear friend, Brian Ball. May Tom Gleed rest in peace, and may his legacy continue to live on. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an organization dedicated to promoting oil and gas production in Wyoming over the last 50 years. Western Energy Alliance was formed in 1974 to advocate for small, independent companies as our nation was grappling with terrible energy policies during the oil crisis, and there was a period of conflict in the Middle East in the 70s, a time that is similar today when American energy leadership is so desperately needed. Today, the Alliance continues to challenge Washington's anti-oil and gas policies. For example, the Alliance teamed up with the Petroleum Association of Wyoming to counter plans to close off 2.5 million acres in Wyoming from production under BLM's Rock Springs Resource Management Plan. The plan would starve our nation of the energy it needs to grow. Because of the Alliance, our nation over the past 5 decades has benefited from increased energy production and will continue to do so for the next 50 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
I move that the House adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate. Let's play some baseball.